Hey everybody, this is Scott from Dicey Decisions. We are here with a new offering, our weekly one-shots. We are going to be hosting some one-shots, hopefully every week, where we try out different game systems, let different people DM, kind of mix it up a bit, try to get some new faces on stream as we have some with us this evening, and whatnot. Tonight, we're going to, like everybody else in the TTRPG world, we're going to be looking at Daggerheart. So it's one of the newest game systems out there. And I had the pleasure of playing a game of it on Start Playing with a amazing GM, Philomena. If you get to play in one of their games, they are an amazing GM and they taught this system really, really well. So I'll be stealing wholeheartedly from that experience as I try to work through learning how to play Daggerheart, learning how to GM it for me, but play it for these folks. Some of these faces you know, but I would like to do a quick introductions for everybody, and also a little bit about name, who you are, pronouns if you wish, and then also a little bit of your gaming history, so we know the different types of folks we have here. So I'm Scott. I'll be the game master for tonight. I've been playing D&D for a very, very long time, over 40 years, I believe, at this point.
Hi.
Um, and but also have played many other game systems. I'm a huge fan of Critical Role, which is why I'm highly interested in this Daggerheart system and excited to see where it goes. I'll throw it to Corin.
My name's Corin Vandenberg, he, him pronouns. I've been playing D&D for over 10 years now. Started in, I want to say 2014, maybe 2015. Not that long in the grand scheme of things. Uh, Started with Pathfinder, played a few other game systems, but I'm excited to learn this one. And I will pass it over to Miranda.
Oh, my name is Miranda. She, her, hers pronouns. I actually played D&D when I was a kid, probably from the age of 6 to 8. And then I haven't played since. I haven't done a role-playing game since, and I've always been surrounded by it, thanks to two of the goons that just introduced themselves. But I'm a huge board game fanatic, absolutely love playing games, and just being immersed in different worlds, whether it's through games or movies or theater, what have you. So I'm really excited to step back into it. I also have been just started listening to the first campaign of Critical Role and have fallen head over heels in love. So I'm really excited to see this rendition through their sort of interpretation of a role-playing game. I will pass it to Jack.
Hey, everybody. I'm Jack. I'm a Pisces. I'm 5'9" and 170. What do I say? The same old stuff as them. I've been playing for a few years, and I just love it. I'm going to kick it over to Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean. I have been playing role-playing games for just about as long as Scott, so probably about 30-ish years now, roughly, since I was about 10 or 11. Very excited to learn this new system. I'm enjoying the move away from hypercrunch and towards telling stories. I think D&D is moving in the right direction with 5th edition and now D&D Beyond, and so I'm very excited to try Daggerheart as well, which I hear is also a very rules light sort of just collaborative storytelling, more less trying to figure out your actuarial tables. So I'm very excited about that, and I will pass it over to my partner Susie.
Hi, I'm Susie. I use any pronouns. I've been playing role-playing games for a while, but extremely casually the whole time. Mostly like games like Space Kings and things where it's a little less crunchy. So when Sean said there was a less crunchy one, I was excited, and the website looks cool. So happy to be here.
we're having fun with camera tonight. And now Brandy.
I'm Brandy, she, her. I was a professional D&D mother for a long time. I played D&D in high school. Long story with that one. And got back into it after I met that guy. I can't, that guy. He's up there. I started my endeavor with Dicey as a video maker, then became sort of the producer running the stream, and now I'm playing in the second, guested in that campaign, and now I'm playing in the second campaign and running the stream, so all the mistakes are my fault. So, yeah. And I love this idea of telling stories because I also am an author, fantasy author, so this should be up my alley. Or I'll flop. We'll see. One of the two.
Well, Susie and Miranda, welcome to Dicey family is officially, even though Miranda, you're in the family and you are Sean's partner, Susie. But as far as that goes, we are trying to grow the number of people we have on our stream. We do have 2 existing campaigns. Friday night is our Twist of Fate campaign that I run, that Brandy and Corin and Sean and Jack are in with some other folks. And then Jack runs our Monday night Zeros to Heroes campaign with a whole slew of other folks that aren't on stream with us tonight. So we have 2 weekly long-term campaigns that are going on our channel, but we wanted to try to grow kind of our community amongst the TTRPG community. And if you're watching this now or recorded later and you're interested in joining us for one shots, if you're interested in running one shots, if you're interested in demoing a new system, those kind of things, we're looking for all of the above. So hit us up on our socials, and you can find us anywhere at Dicey Decisions RPG. We're on pretty much all the socials. We have our Discord server. Please join us there, and that's where we organize these events. And hopefully, this will be the first of many interesting things coming up. Already being scheduled, as a matter of fact, hot off the press news tonight. Way back when we did a author adventures where Brandy and several other authors played their characters in a D&D one shot ran by Jack, and we have a second author adventures with new authors coming up in August, so there'll be more announcements coming about that. But now that business stuff's out of the way, a quick little safety discussion for the players here. I don't expect it to come up, but if we come across any topic that is uncomfortable to you, again, we would have a much longer discussion if this was a full-on campaign about safety issues. But just go ahead and throw up in the video a nice big X if we're talking about a topic that you are uncomfortable with. We want to make sure people are comfortable with any of the topics and whatnot. I'm trying to make sure that we keep it relatively lighthearted, although there might be a little sense of horror or whatnot tonight as we get into the story portion. But first, we got a lot of talking to do. We've got to talk through this system a little bit. So, as was stated so eloquently by Sean, this is a narrative forward system. Those of you that are familiar with D&D, and that's the bulk of my background, this is a much lighter version of that with a lot less focus on the rules and a lot more focus on the story. And a few key phrases I want to pull out, I'll pull out as I go over different topics from the book that kind of key in on that from the game creators. One of them is, and I think this is very important to note, is that this is a system that wants to focus on rulings over rules, meaning player says what they want to do, GM makes a ruling, as opposed to, well, what do the rules say? And it be very much rules specific. So it's more of a narrative game in that regard. And all of the flavor of the actual mechanics within the game, to me, speak towards the narrative nature, which is kind of an exciting trend in a lot of TTRPGs. When they wrote this book, they have an entire giant page in this book giving homage to all the different systems that they have drawn inspiration from. And they even go so far as to be in depth about specific mechanics from specific systems that they really, really enjoyed that influenced their choices in building this game. So it's kind of like this feels like it's a kind of like a birthing of a system out of a whole lot of effort from a whole bunch of creators that have been doing this for a while in a lot of the indie RPG realms. And they even have some stuff from the big boys like Pathfinder and D&D and whatnot. So, but getting to it a little bit, one of the things they talk about here, and this I think is worth going over to kind of set your expectations as players, is they go over a few player principles. One, be a fan of your character and their journey. I love that concept because it's like, okay, you are the fan. As the player, you are the fan of your character. You want to see them succeed and you want to see their journey move forward. So you want to push your character story forward through the fiction you're creating, which I think is a really great way to think about all RPGs. A lot of this stuff isn't necessarily only have to stay here in the Daggerheart world, right? I think it could be useful in any RPG in many ways. Second one is spotlight your friends. Look for opportunities to put other characters you're playing with in the spotlight. So that makes it that super collaborative feel, right? So something your character might do might lead towards an action you think another character might grasp on. Next, address the characters and address the players. So speak to the other characters in the world of fiction and speak to the other players when you're talking player to player. So realize that you have two modes of communication going on when we're playing. So and realize that those are both valid ways to be working within the framework of this game. And then build the world together. This is very much meant to be, even from the onset of campaigns, very much meant to be a group of people collaborating on a story. It is, they try very hard to say the DM isn't telling a story that the characters are passengers of. It's more collaborative than that, even in the way that they coach GMs to handle the material in the game. So they coach GMs to say, like, you come across a tavern, I throw it to Jack. Jack, who's sitting at the bar? And Jack can describe an NPC that then I have to inhabit as the game master, right? So you're encouraged to do things like that within the narrative of the game, which is super exciting. Next tenant or player principle: play to find out what happens. Be curious. You know, everything you do at the table should flow from the fiction. Listen to each other and what they're doing. I heard a great comparison. Someone on TikTok compared D&D and Daggerheart. D&D, you're waiting to react. Daggerheart, you're listening to contribute. And I just love that dichotomy of the two. And again, I'm a huge D&D fan. I'm not trying to slam them. They are, I have my walls decorated with their art, as you can see around me. But uh, it is a difference in mechanics and a difference in the way that the game is played. So I definitely think the world of I'm not going to pay attention for 20 minutes in combat while I'm waiting for my turn to come around is kind of gone from this system, which is really exciting. And then the last player tenant is hold on gently, meaning this is improvisational storytelling and it will not always be perfect. And that's okay. Like that should be expected. There are going to be times where we spend maybe a minute talking about how do we want to resolve this thing between us all, and then we resolve it, as opposed to it feeling very open and fast and seamless and whatnot. It's okay that you might find a clunky moment. You may learn how you want to play that kind of a moment next time. So they kind of want you to embrace the fact that it's supposed to be a little messy at times because again, you're collaborative storytelling.
Scott, pause really quick.
So, anybody have any comments on that? I know I'm talking a lot. I just wanted to kind of go over those.
Question, and this.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, Brandy. Go ahead.
Can you check really quick on Twitch because I have something that said disconnected.
On Twitch?
Like we might be frozen.
OBS is telling me it's disconnected.
Oh,
Now it just logged out.
hold
let me
on,
see.
folks. It still says live now,
Reconnection successful. Okay.
but it is. I got a spinning wheel of death on Twitch. Oh, there we go. Hey, we're back on Twitch. Hey, everybody.
No, we just lost.
Done.
We
We
lost
lost
Sean.
Sean, and now the pictures are all wonky. Technology.
Oh boy.
Awesome.
Well, hold on.
Well,
No,
we'll see. We'll
I'm gonna
see how
wait.
that goes. We'll see how that goes. I'm sure he'll be back.
So I'm gonna do a quick little Oh
Pause.
no, I'm not.
No, he's back. He'll be
There we
back.
go.
Hey, there we are. Hey.
Browser crash. Whee!
Perfect.
That was weird. Twitch and you went down at the same time.
And that could be something happening bigger than
It
we know
was-
about.
It was me. I was hacking Twitch.
Okay.
Sorry.
That checks out.
So before the hack, Jack, you had a question.
I did. I'm wondering, this question is for everyone, and I'm sure Scott's going to chime in here. If you are inhabiting your character and you're really invested in this character, it seems like Daggerheart might not lend itself as easily to the one shot, but more to the long-term campaign, since you don't really get to delve so deeply in a one shot into your character. Comments?
That makes sense.
I think that there's character narrative, like narrative arcs that can be told just like in fiction. You can read a 20-page short story and be like, wow, that was an amazing short story. And it doesn't have a lot of exposition, it doesn't have a lot of the background, right?
Fair.
So it could just be about the action that happens that day. Right? I think that's the goal of a one shot, is meant to be something more like that. I think if you're looking for a campaign and a longer character story arc, and definitely the way they build characters in this game, which we will get to here, the way that they build character connections at the table together, or even at the virtual table, are designed to build and grow and have in a campaign setting. But I think there's something to be said of, we've all read the one comic book that has 3 of our favorite heroes in it that we loved. Yes, we
Right.
have some backstory of those characters, but the story being told in those, 35 pages was fantastic. So I think it works both ways. I think Daggerheart will make excellent campaigns, though.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be something that I think people are driven to do more campaigns or longer stories in.
I would also just add to that too, that if you're in a system where you're rewarding collaborative storytelling, you don't need to hold on to a character to enjoy inhabiting them fully. For example, our Candela Obscura knight, I loved Adrian Montfort. And I remember, like, I logged into Demiplane and, like, there he was. And it was so fun to be Adrian for a night. And, like, I don't ever need to do, I mean, it would be fun to do it again, but it was, it was just the vehicle for telling a fun story. And I think a rules light system does just as well in a one shot, where sure, you can get invested in your character, but if you get all the rules out of the way, you can also just have a lot of fun inhabiting a character briefly.
Yeah, I agree with all of that you said. I just wanted to bring that up because
Yeah.
it does seem like something that is, when we build these characters, that we're potentially going to want to play them again.
Well, sure. Tonight we will be only doing pre-generated characters. We won't be building them from scratch, just to save time for that purpose of getting to to the meat of it, as it were. But let's get some of those rules out of the way, as it were, and talk about some of the mechanics. So the flow of this kind of a game is the GM will narrate some details, the players and the GM will ask each other questions, and the players and GM will answer those questions. Then we will choose and resolve any actions that need to be taken for that kind of a thing. And then we repeat that cycle. That's pretty much the game, right? It's just that kind of a back and forth, right? So a GM might lay out describe a scene or surroundings or a danger. Players might ask questions about exploring that in more depth, or how to gather more information, or how to do anything like that as far as that goes. And then the GM may respond to those questions by giving players those information that they would know, or maybe they ask them to then make a roll to see what they would know, those kind of things, right? So, and then we would repeat that cycle. So the next core kind of thing is this game does not have initiative. There is no initiative whatsoever. So if you are used to a game system that says we're going to go in a predetermined order by a stat of a character's highest stat or by a roll of a die, that is now gone. When an action is called for or when something happens and is described, anybody can choose to, what they call in this system, take the spotlight. So they can say, well, my character would rush right in and blah, 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 right? Or I'd like to throw up a protective ward really quick, or whatever the case might be, right? So, so it just becomes what makes the most sense storytelling wise, right? And this was the part that scared me a lot about, like, how does it work in practice? And in the one game I got to play, it was kind of seamless. Now I was playing with 5 DMs run by a DM, so we had a lot of gaming experience, but even still, everything we chose to do and who chose to go next and that kind of thing, as far as that went, all made sense narratively based on the characters we were playing. So I think if you're focused on who your character is and what your character would do in that moment, I think it all will make sense. As far
Another
as
thing that I read, tell me if I'm wrong, Scott, but your turn can be as much as you want. It doesn't have to be just one thing. You can pull in lots of your abilities all at once if they make sense. Is that right?
It does. Ideally, what they want you to do is, after you've taken one action roll, you've done however many things, but once you've actually had to roll something, the spotlight should naturally pass to someone else. So that doesn't mean to say you don't have 3 abilities in your particular character build that all trigger, but
Right.
that's not saying I'm going to go up and stab this guy in the back, and then I'm going to whip around him and pick his pocket, and then I'm going to blah, blah, blah. Now you're kind of hogging the spotlight,
Right.
right? You are hogging the spotlight. And that's not the goal. Again, the tenet of the game is to be collaborative and to shine the spotlight on your buddies, right? So
It's like you can tag team. Like, I know that if my character would throw a dagger while that character is gonna, like, do a kick out or something, like we work together kind of thing. Is that kind of
Well,
how?
it's funny you say the word tag team, because there's actually a mechanic that allows players to combine actions, but we'll get to that later,
Cool.
which is super cool. But yes, so there is not something that says the spotlight has to leave, especially if you're in a non-combat situation, and the sneaky characters trying to go eavesdrop or whatnot. They may take 3 or 4 actions to go do that because that's where the spotlight would stay, right? But then something may happen. A guard gets alerted and screams out. Well, guess what? Your buddy who's been listening and waiting for that wants to now act to come help you, right? And you don't want to stop that, because guess what? They're going to come help you. So thinking about it more narratively driven about what would happen in these situations is the key. Now, there are some people who are going to be better at taking the spotlight than others, and the GM should keep an eye on making sure there's a balance amongst the game of people who are balanced and able to play and shine the spotlight on less gregarious players if they're being more timid. You know, it's fair to say, and what would so and so do, and give that kind of spotlight there, but it's also inherent to the players to do that as well. So, as that kind of core mechanic discussion begins, let's talk a little bit about dice. So, for the players, when you are making an action roll of any kind, so let's say you want to go pick somebody's pocket, or you want to go, you would say something you wanted to go attempt, you will be rolling 2d12 called the duality dice. One needs to be a different color than the other. I am only showing you these as an example. We'll be using demi-plane, which does this for you. But what happens is one of these is your hope die and one of these is your fear die. When you roll these for an action, you roll both of them, you add the totals together and any modifiers that you would have on that roll, and that becomes your total. However, whichever one of these are higher, you would say, I rolled a 23 total with hope if the hope die was higher, or I rolled a 23 total with fear if the fear die was higher. So that's how you say. Now, what that does is that gives us 5 possible outcomes for a roll. First outcome is a success. You beat the target number with hope. So that means what you wanted to happen happened, and you earn a hope point, which you get to add and use later. We'll get to that. So you have now gathered hope. Oftentimes, the DM will narrate what happened with an added bonus. So maybe you hit someone so hard they drop their weapon in their hand. Right? Second is a success with fear. What happens there is the DM gains a fear point that they get to stack and they get to use later. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And that means you did still pick the pocket, but something didn't quite go your way. So maybe another one of the goons in the room saw what you were doing. And that triggers their reaction to happen differently. Third, a failure with hope. You still gain a hope die. You didn't pick the pocket, but the guy just kind of maybe swats at his back thinking that it was some sort of fly or bug, and he doesn't notice it was you, right? So you didn't get the item you were trying to pick, but you didn't get caught because you rolled with hope, right? Or now failure with fear. Not only did you not get it, but the guy reaches back and grabs your wrist and confronts you that way, right? As an example. Now, the fifth option, which I haven't even alluded to, is if both of the dice land on the same number. That is a critical success. Even if they're 2 1s, your total doesn't matter at that point. If they land on the same die, it is a critical success. So it is a critical success with hope, which means you not only gain a hope, like you would when you roll either a success or failure with hope, but you also get to clear a stress, which is another mechanic we'll get to on your character, and something good also happened in addition to the intended result. So not only did you take his wallet, you also got his locket that is worth twice the money that's in the wallet that happened to be in his pocket as well, right? So that's a critical success plus the mechanics and whatnot. So hope and fear is a big part of this game. And what it does is it lets the DM and you narrate. So I might say to you, if you roll the success with fear, I might ask you what the complication is. That yes, you picked their pocket, but what happens and let you help narrate that moment as well. Again, this is collaborative storytelling. So unlike success or failure, which 90% of the RPGs out there are built around success or failure, this now has layers of success and layers of failure, which again makes for narrative storytelling in a very exciting way. Any questions about that?
Sounds cool.
So I think it's time to start looking at something that helps us explain some of the rest of the mechanics. So if you go look at the Owlbear Rodeo I shared, and Brandy, you'll put that up on the stream. I've got a basic character sheet up there. It's actually one of the pre-generated characters, and they did a really good job in the player's handbook, or in the sorry, old terms, in the Daggerheart core rulebook, of putting out the um, the kind of an explanation of what the character sheet is. And because I've been talking a lot, I'm going to have you guys read like we're in school. So so we'll go side to side as we go across this character sheet. We'll start with the upper left. Miranda, can you read that first section off to the in the character sheet sidecar there?
Yeah, absolutely. So this section denotes your class. Each class is made up of 2 domains. You choose your abilities and spells from these domains.
Right. So each class in the game, and there are let's see. Where's the classes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 classes in the core rulebook. Each class has 2 subclasses. So there's 2 types of bards, 2 types of druids, 2 types of guardians, etc., etc., etc. So there's two types of each of these. Each class has 2 domains that influence their class. So domains are, I think, one of the most interesting and smart mechanics that they've used. Is these are basically core themes that that class has, right? They are Arcana, Blade, Bone, Codex, Grace, Midnight, Sage, Splendor, and Valor. Each class has 2. No class has the same 2. So you might share a domain with your character with another character in the party, but unless you're both playing Guardians, you don't both have the same domains. Those domains offer powers that you pick from, and you can pick from either domain when you're given the opportunity to pick domain powers. Again, we're building with pre-generated characters, but just so you understand how the classes work, that's what that is. So that's where the domains come in. Corin, can you read the one on the right?
Yes. This section gives you a place to record your name, pronouns, that one. Place to name,
Yes.
pronoun, heritage, the combination of your community and ancestry, and subclass. There's also a space to record your level.
So, heritage. So heritage is, I love the fact that they've combined kind of, if you're thinking the D&D terms of species, which was race, now species, and now we're talking heritage. But heritage is broken down into ancestry, which is more like your species, and community, which is which community that you lived in has influenced you the most. You might have this 15-page backstory because you love writing backstories of your character, and you may have traveled the lands and lived in many places, but which community that you lived in has influenced you the most and become part of your heritage. So you have communities, and the book has 9 different communities and 18 different ancestries, which are awesome. It's the largest amount of ancestries I think I've seen in many game systems. So there's lots of options for you to pick different ancestries. Your ancestry will give you abilities based on your ancestry. Your community will give you an ability based on your community. So this is, again, more of the building blocks of what becomes your character, in addition to what class and which domain powers of that class and which subclass of that class. So there's a lot of variety that goes into building all of this to give you these powers. All right, Jack, on the left, next box, please. You are muted.
All right, sorry about that. Evasion represents your ability to avoid an attack. The GM rolls against this number when determining if an adversary hits you. If you do get hit, you can choose to mark an armor slot, which is right next to it, the small empty shields to the right of the large armor shield, to reduce the severity of incoming damage by 1 threshold. You have a number of available slots equal to your armor score, the number in the large armor shield.
So when adversaries, which they call all the NPCs, the bad guys or whatnot, when adversaries attack you, I don't roll with hope and fear. I roll a straight d20. I might have a modifier for my ability, but I'm rolling a d20 and adding it to it. You guys are the only ones that roll with hope and fear, or hope and fear duality dice. So I roll a d20 and I have to hit above that evasion score. The evasion score is built based on your class, based on your heritage. All sorts of things might factor into your evasion score. And these will go up in time, in level, et cetera, et cetera. We're not talking anything about higher levels today, as far as that goes. But if I hit, then I would roll damage. So let's say my damage of the weapon I'm rolling is a d8 plus 2. I rolled a 5. So you look on this character sheet, we're going to pop, instead of across, we're going to pop down, and I'm going to read this one. The 2 smaller boxes are your damage thresholds. These come from your armor, and you always add your level to their value. When you take damage, compare it to the number here. If the incoming damage is minor, you mark a single hit point. If the incoming damage is major, you mark 2 hit points. If it's severe, you mark 3. So the damage that gets rolled is not equal to the hit points you take. It goes to a damage threshold, which is what those numbers are. So I rolled a total of 5. I'm minor damage. That would cost you 1 hit point. Now you can choose to mark an armor and reduce the damage you just took by a threshold. And since you only took 1, you could say, that dings off my armor, I take no damage. And now there's a dent in your armor because you now have only 2 armor left. It's a resource, right? So now let's say I rolled super high on that damage and got above your maximum or severe damage. I did severe damage to you. Now I'm doing 3 hit points. You can mark 1 armor and drop it down to 2 hit points. But you can't do another on a single attack unless you have an ability that lets you do that. Because there are some classes that let you use more than 1 armor slot per time. So what that means is, in addition to hit points being a resource, your armor is a resource, etc., etc. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody following along that mechanic? So that's a little bit different. It's probably the crunchiest thing in all of these rules. But I think it's there for narrative purposes. So I love that.
Question here.
Yeah.
Does everyone start with the same number of hit points? I see 12 on this sheet. Does everyone start with that amount?
Not everyone starts with the same number of hit points. No.
Okay.
It is going to be based on your class and other abilities. There are ways to raise it. There's actually ways to lower it through play as well, as far as that goes. So, but hit points, again, we'll talk about death and dying here in a little bit. But couple other mechanics I'm going to go through real quick, and then we'll get to hope. Proficiency. Do not think of proficiency the way proficiency is in D&D. You start out with 1 proficiency in and at first level, and that goes up each tier of play. Your second proficient, when your proficiency goes up, what that means is that's the number of dice you roll for damage. So when you get proficiency 2, if your attack was a 1d8, now you roll 2d8. So you're more proficient. Proficiency adds to damage, not to hit rolls and things like that. All right. Who hasn't read? Brandy, go ahead and read the hope one on the left-hand side.
This is where you record your hope. You spend hope to use an experience, details below, help an ally, use a hope feature, or initiate a tag team roll. Yeah. When you help an ally, you explain how you're aiding them and roll a d6 advantage die they add to their action roll total. You start with 2 hope marked. Your class's unique hope feature is in this section as well.
So everybody starts with 2 hope. So even if you haven't rolled anything that would earn you more, the max you can have is 6. So there's no point in holding on to them. These are meant to be used, right? So first thing they mention is experiences. You will have at starting level characters 2 experiences, and you'll see on this character sheet under experience it says con artist and flashy footwork with a 2. If you can tell me how the move you're trying to do is included in a past experience of that, you can spend a hope and get a +2 to your roll. So if you want to say, I've got flashy footwork, I'm going to sneak up on this guy and try to stab him in the back. I'm going to use my fancy footwork to move to one side, but actually thrust to the other. That totally makes sense. You spend a hope, you erase a hope, you get a +2 to your duality die roll, in addition to, let's say you're using your scepter, which is a weapon here, which uses your presence. Your presence is a 2. We'll get up to stats in a second, right? So you would roll your duality dice, add 2, add another 2 for your experience. So you're adding 4 to the die roll now, right? Now, another way to use hope is, again, cooperative. If Jack says, I'm going to go up and smash this thing over the head with my club, and the bard, who's played by Miranda, is behind Jack, can go, I'm going to try to distract him. I'm going to shout out something. I'm going to insult him from way back over here. And then Miranda can spend a hope. Miranda then rolls a d6, and the value of that d6 gets added to Jack's roll. So in combat, you can pay attention and constantly be affecting the story, even when it's not your turn. Hope is a great mechanic for that. Yes, Miranda.
Can you choose to do that knowing what they rolled, or is it something like
It's
it's the
supposed
role
to be
playing
beforehand.
beforehand? You choose, I'm going to help her.
Right.
Her.
Right.
Your experiences, how are those determined?
You pick them.
Okay.
They give you suggestions. There's a whole list of suggestions in the book, but you get to pick them. So if you want to say whatever it is, and they highly recommend you pick an experience that's likely to come up in combat and an experience that's likely to come up in either social or exploration, so that you have something that's going to do. If you luck out and you get a phrase that's works for both, one of the NPCs that we'll be picking tonight has a experience. I know this because it's the one I played. That one of their experiences, I ain't afraid of nothing. Well, that could come up 1,000 ways, right? You can say, I'm going to go sneak into this location because I'm not afraid of it, even though it's supposed to be scary or whatever, and then justify that, right? So there's just different ways you can interpret it, and it's meant to be, how do you explain how a past experience of yours has affected how you act today?
Got
And
you.
those experiences grow as you level and are supposed to be then new experiences you get to add from what you've experienced in the game. So hopefully, as your character levels up, you're finding experiences that you experienced as part of this story that we're telling together that you then add to how you then can utilize that experience later on, which is again another super collaborative way for the system to kind of build on itself and the story to build on itself. So that's how those work. Then you can use burn 3 hope to do a tag team role, which means, all right, so right now the spotlight's on Corin, and off to the side, like we always do, there's a couple people talking about wanting to do something, and hey, wouldn't it be cool if we really did something together? And then the spotlight comes to maybe it was Brandy and Sean were talking about that, and then spotlight comes to Sean, and then Brandy then spends, it's not her spotlight, Brandy spends 3 hope die, and they both take actions at the same time, which combine, which means, let's say they're attacking a bad guy, and Brandy's going to use one power that does 3d6 of damage, and Sean's going to use a d8 plus 4. If they both hit, the damage gets combined to get into those higher thresholds, which is the bonus for doing that, right? So that's why you would want to do that. It costs a lot. It costs 3 hope. But again, every time you roll these duality dice, there's a 50-50 chance. You're even a better than a 50-50 chance, because if they match the same number, you get your hope back. You get another hope back, right? And if you roll, you can immediately spend the hope you just earned to power something after that roll. So it's an interesting mechanic, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of covers hope, the hope mechanic. We've kind of covered armor. We've covered experiences. The stats. Oh yeah, let's go back to stats. Stats are usually super important in a lot of games. The stats they use in this game are they call them traits, character traits, are agility, strength, finesse, instinct, presence, and knowledge. You see there's one of them has a 2, 2 of them have a 1, 2 of them have a 0, and one of them has a -1. Every first level character has that spread. You get to pick where they go. Some are more important to certain classes because certain classes do certain things with those attributes, right? And again, we won't be picking these now, but those are what become important. So your attack rolls, if you look underneath that under active weapon there, their scepter is actually powered because this is a bard, is they use their presence as their main attack. So it is a presence attack. It is a magical attack. You'll see the damage says 1d6 magical. There's only 2 types of damage, physical and magical. And again, different powers might do different things with those, right? So unlike cold and fire and lightning and all this other stuff that you get in these other systems, you can role play that to your heart's content. It's magic damage.
Heard.
Right? But you can role play it. You flavor it how you want and how you describe your character. If you want to play a character that shoots, snow cones at people, they can shoot snow cones at people, right? But it's just magic damage is what you're actually doing, right? So how you do it flavor wise is what you want to do. And then range is listed. Here's the stickiest point of this game for me, because I love miniatures and maps and squares and all of that stuff. That's part of the crunchy. That's the crunch I like, is distances and whatnot. And this game, their core system of distances is more theater of the mind. It's more narrative. So there's different range categories. Melee is what you think it is. Base-to-base contact in a normal situation. You are in melee with something. So if your weapon only does melee range, you have to be up in melee. Very close is The way they define it, if you're using a map, if you're using distances on a physical surface, is that it's kind of the short edge of a playing card,
Mm-hmm.
right? Close range is the next category. Is the length of a basic pencil that hasn't been sharpened too much. Then there's far and very far. I think that's all of them. Melee, very close, close, far, very far. Yeah. And far is kind of, think of far as I can see some details of that person. I can shoot my bow at them. You know, a bow might be a far range weapon,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I can't do what I could do if I was much closer, and I can't see the details I can see. Now, for those of us that feels a little too nebulous, they wrote into the book optional rules that basically break it down to 5-foot squares, which is what a lot of us are used to, especially in the D&D world. So melee, base-to-base contact, very close, within 3 squares. Close is 6 squares. Far is anything further than 6 out to, 100 feet, which would be 20 squares, right? And then very far is beyond 20 squares. So I like that because it works for my brain, and we will be using that with our maps today. So I just wanted to, but you can be looser with it, and the powers are all described with those categories as far as that goes.
So very much a DM ruling on distances if you're doing
Absolutely.
theater of the mind.
Absolutely. Or even if you're using maps, but you don't want to throw a grid down and you just want to kind of eyeball it. It's meant to be storytelling narrative. Where that gets wonky is on your turn, movement. There's not a move action and an action and a bonus action the way there is in D&D, right? So it is just assumed that when you have the spotlight, without any rolls, without any efforts, unless terrain is involved, you can move close range. You can close a distance of close range between where you start and where you finish as part of that action, right? So you want to move up into combat and get into melee. If you're within 6 squares, in this particular case in my game where I'm going to use squares, you could do that as part of your thing. If you want to, if you're further than that, but you still want to close that distance in the same round, the DM can make you roll for it. Now that becomes your action while you have the spotlight. So in theory, you should roll to see if you make it there in time, in that amount of time. Can you make it there? And it gives a narrative thing of why you didn't make it there. Maybe you got distracted. Maybe, whatever the case may be, you can have a narrative reason why you didn't make it that extra distance. So the DM may stop you at 9 squares instead of the full 15 you were away, or something like that, if you fail the roll, right? Rolls are not done for no reason. You should only ever roll in this game if there's a reason that there's a variable outcome. If what you're describing your character to do is well within the range of what the character could do, the DM is encouraged to let you just narrate it and do it. Right? So,
I like that.
Yes. All right.
Can you
Yes.
Can you for free go from like very far to far and far to click? Can I like move one range band without taking an action, right? Like I know they get proportionally larger as you sort of go out, right? But
they do get proportionally larger, I think, mostly for the purposes of like spells and slinging arrows or hurling boulders or whatever, right? I think that they get proportionally shorter, and I think the intent is meant to be like narratively speaking, you close that distance. It's easier to close the longer distance further away because there's less in your way to do so. I think is the intent. So I think the way you're interpreting it is right. I haven't seen in writing anything to contradict that yet. So I'll mark that up, and I don't necessarily know the answer, but it feels like the answer is what you said.
I would say
cool.
within reason,
Ruling, not rules.
according to the DM.
Right. Ruling, not rules. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that
But I-
makes sense. Like a cavalry charge, right? I just like spending a bunch of actions just to get from very far to far or whatever kind of,
well,
seems narrative, right? Like,
a horse charging across an open field is less wary than a horse charging amongst a bunch of other horses in the midst of battle. So
Agreed.
so it makes sense to me that that horse in that same 6 seconds is going to cover more distance or have less distraction, etc., etc.
that makes sense.
Another thing they're loosey goosey with money, and this is a little bit tricky for the DM because they basically said we're gonna just do a loosey goosey money situation, and we do money in terms of handfuls, bags, and chests. Is it a handful of coins, a bag of coins, or a chest of coins? And they don't really even talk too well about the cost of items in the book and whatnot. So for people who like to play that resource type game and want to be counting coins, this system is going to force them to do a lot of prep work to do that because they don't list their items really well in terms of cost. What they're shooting for is y'all are heroes. You go to the bar, someone throws a handful of coins on the bar, and you mark off a handful, and everybody gets a round of drinks. Right?
I don't even see money of any sort on this on the character sheet.
I don't think it's on this page of this character sheet,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm not showing the other pages because most of the other pages are empty as far as that goes. And the ones we'll be using in Demiplane will have a tab for your equipment, which will
Okay.
have money and whatnot.
Okay.
I believe it's on this page underneath experience. It's just a really tiny little
Oh yeah,
area.
gold.
Okay. There it is.
Handfuls, right. Handfuls, bags, and chests. You could mark it off. The theory being is it's 10 handfuls to a bag, it's 10 bags to a chest. They're just simplifying it. And they basically say in the rules, if you like counting coins and you want to have your version of copper, silver, electrum, gold, by all means go ahead and do it. It's your game, do what you want. You know, there's many times in this rule book where they're like, it's your game. Do what you want. You know, in that regard. It's your story you're telling. The only tricky part about that is there are items in this book that they don't necessarily give a coin value to, that if you want to be crunchy about coins, they're going to be crunchy about coins. So, right. Right. So, any questions?
Oh.
Everybody feel pretty good about that so far?
Mm-hmm.
Clear
right.
as mud.
Clear as mud, right. Right, so I will direct you all to the Demiplane space where you can look at the pre-generated characters. There are 6 of them, and we've got 6 people playing tonight. So if the 6 of you want to talk about which characters you might be interested in as you look them over, please do so. If you need help navigating Demiplane, let me know. And if you guys are working off of one machine, Sean, you are able to have 2 characters that you can toggle between.
Okay.
So
I think Susie will also be on their phone as well, so they've got Demiplane there, so we should be able
Okay.
to work with all
Great.
2 devices.
Great. And I don't need to see your demi-plane. It's not like I'm having you join a campaign within demi-plane, which is something you can do. We're not worried about that for tonight or whatnot.
Do you want me to show what demi-plane looks like?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Does anyone have an idea of who they want to play yet?
Yeah, we've got Tegan Sapphire is a bard. We've got Varian Soto, a ranger. We've got Carrie Nix, a guardian. We've got Garrick Reed, a warrior. We've got Barnacle, the rogue, and Marlowe Fairwind, the sorcerer.
Anyone at all? Preferences?
I'll take Carrie Nix.
All righty.
If nobody else had the
Barnacle
heart
looks
set
cute. I'd be
What'd you
down to
say?
do Barnacle.
All right, you got Barnacle.
Cool. Unless other people really care, because I also can play whatever.
I'm
Yeah,
happy to play whatever. So
So
All of
Carrie
the
and Barnacle are taken. What you got, Sean?
all of them seem good. I'll go true to type, and I'll be Marlowe Fairwind, the sorcerer.
Okay. That leaves Garrick and Varian and Tegan. I will take Varian, the tiger ranger. Tiger Ranger. Selecting now. So I know that in this game system there are a lot more, what are they called? Heritage ancestries than these 6. Heritage, yeah. So there are probably 20 of them in this game, right? There's a bunch.
The heritages, there are 18 ancestries in 9 different communities.
Yeah. So it's
And they've
pretty-
already started adding more on their playtest site, which is called The Void, which you can get to via their website, I believe, the Daggerheart website. So there's already additional classes and heritage and communities that they're adding. The communities to me has the most room for expansion. I think there's going to be multiple communities that they get to add, which are super cool.
did
Yeah,
Susie
I
have a
really-
preference?
So I don't know if I accidentally selected someone or not, but I don't know how not to be Tegan Sapphire, and they seem pretty cool. So
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
I will
good.
be Garrick Reed then, right?
So that you know, when you're in demi-plane and you select a character, if you're like, nope, wrong one, you just go back up and select characters at the top. And then you can pick Daggerheart characters, and that's how you go back and select a
Yeah,
different
you can where it says create character under Daggerheart, even right above, I think it's right above the character you selected, you could go
one. You just click character.
grab another one
Yeah.
and grab another one. And all right, so
And once you do, if you look on the left-hand side at the bottom, it says character sheet. If you haven't found that yet, just click on it and your sheet opens up.
so Corin, you're taking Garrick.
I believe so.
Jack, who'd you say?
I've got Varian Soto.
Miranda?
Cool.
Barnacle? So that, I guess, leaves Sean with Marlowe.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
All right. All right. So, let me look at.
Like Susie says, what did you say, Susie? There's no way you're not playing Tegan or something.
yeah. Thankfully, they sound really cool.
Tegan is actually one of my favorites of these. So I'm going to read off of their sheet a little bit, the character overview. Tegan is a rebel and a con artist. Tegan scams the rich and redistributes their ill-gotten wealth to those that need it most. They're afraid to let anyone get close, and then they talk about their You get information on their community, on their ancestry, their class and subclass, their experiences and what they are. If there's anybody that sees an experience that they think is not fun to play, feel free to let me know, and we could always ask you to, you could always change what their experience is or whatnot, that kind of thing, if you want to. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to take a quick break to let you guys kind of look over these characters. Then we're going to come back and we're going to build connections. And the connections are going to be, they may have them already listed on the character sheet. We're going to ignore those and we're going to do them as players so that you guys can kind of experience that a little bit. So let's take a little 10-minute bathroom break, refresh your drinks, also give the players a little time to look through this, and then we'll come back and do connections.
Okay.
Yay.
All right.
Hey everybody, we are back. We are Dicey Decisions, and this is our Learn to Play Daggerheart one shot. The players have just picked their pre-generated characters after our discussion of the rules. Thank you for shutting my door, Brandy. Um, and we are now going to move in towards some of the prep for playing that would happen at a session 0 when we are building these characters. So everybody's kind of come up with the characters. This would be the time where everybody's kind of picked the characters they want to play. But now we're going to do some world building and we're going to do some connections. So world building wise, Daggerheart highly recommends that you all decide the style of campaign you're going to play together, the basic premise of the campaign, and they do this in what they call campaign frames. And they give 6 example campaign frames in the back of the core rulebook that they've come up with that are like, what is the world these characters inhabit? And these are ones they've come up with ahead of time, but they highly recommend that you start with a blank slate and the players all help you decide what that campaign world actually is. So there's a lot that can go into a session 0, and that's far more information than we're going to have time to do tonight. But we're going to do a mini version of it, and we're going to talk about the town we're in. So the caveat of this campaign is this kingdom that you are all in currently is at war, and tons of resources have gone to all of the border towns and border states and border villages to help support to help defend against an incursion of some kind. So who wants to pick what's trying to attack your kingdom?
Knowles.
Great.
A
So
mob of gnolls.
so a tribe of gnolls are trying to decimate this kingdom, right? Et cetera, et cetera. We could sit here and we could do all of this back and forth and come up with the details. But the fact of the matter is, for the purpose of this one shot, is all the kingdom's resources are out in the border town. We're not on a border town. We're here at the capital. What's the name of the capital city, Jack?
Let's say it's called Vandenberg.
Perfect. That's fantastic. Excellent. Excellent. The capital city of Vandenberg. Right. So you are all here in the capital city, and you are nice and safe here, but all the rumors in town are about this invasion of these gnolls, and all of the city guard have been shipped off, right? So things are kind of weird around here because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of authority around or a whole lot of muscle around to back up the said authority that is here in town. So things are a little kind of wide open right now, which has caused maybe some interesting behaviors to happen around town. Maybe some of which some of you may have wanted to participate in, right? Or maybe some of you are trying to defend against, depending on who your character is and those kind of things, right? So that's the basic caveat. This would be a whole huge discussion of world building. And they even talk about start with a blank map and start drawing sections of your map and be like, what is this kingdom forest, and how much forest is here and how much this is there, and it really talks about letting players decide that I'd like there to be a cavern complex to the north, and just all sorts of just interesting things that the party can all put together at a session 0, that then the game master can go back and try to take that information and inhabit it. And maybe that information that you picked, you wanted there to be a cavern because you have a story arc of your character that you want to have play out within a cavern or within a forest or with pixies that live in the forest or whatever the case may be, right? So it's meant to be that collaborative stuff. So for now, we're in a capital city and that kind of thing. let's talk about our characters here. So, like we started with player introductions, let's go around the table and do character introductions. Tell us who you are and a little bit about yourself in terms of what you look like, anything about yourself you want to share. Who wants the spotlight?
I'll go first.
Muted. Okay, you go.
No, you go.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I was muted. All right, hi. I'm Barnacle, but you can call me Barney. I'm going to be an underborn rivet rogue, Nightwalker, he/him pronouns. I have nice opal, like almost shimmering, multicolored eyes, depending on where you stand. So it's hard to tell exactly where I'm looking, but they're still warm. It's not like super creepy, just a little bit like, oh, I can't tell what she's thinking or they're thinking, he's thinking. I have dark army green, like almost slick skin, probably could like slime through anything, with a little bit of like a lighter mossy green freckles or birth spots sprinkled across the body, but not anything too obvious or huge. I definitely wear loose-fitting clothing, lightweight, but like dark browns, neutrals. Still clean though. Barney definitely likes to come off as very. Anybody could like him, but they're definitely a little bit. Don't want to be too showy or too laid back. I got a nice circular body with nice scrawny legs and arms that are super nimble, and I'm just a kind, southern but sneaky lad.
Excellent. And who do you want to throw the spotlight on?
I will throw the spotlight onto Jack again, apparently.
All
Because
right.
he's where I'm looking.
So my character is named Varian Soto, and he is a large, lion-maned Qatari ranger. He has a thick mane, black mane that he's very conscious of keeping it nice and neat. He's always cleaning himself, even though he's a ranger and he's usually dirty and out in the wilderness and stuff. He makes it a point to get very clean whenever he can. Occasionally, he'll be licking himself clean, but he doesn't like other people to see that. I wear leather armor. I carry a bow over my shoulder. What else? There are a couple things about me. My attitude is shoot first, ask questions later. I'm very focused on getting things done, and if other people are doing things wrong, I let them know immediately. And well, I come from a group of people who live in the forest, and we're very primal. It takes me time to warm up to people who aren't as primal as I am, because I do often prefer killing with my hands and teeth when it comes to dinner time. Okay, I'm going to toss it over to Brandy.
Kari is a ridgeborn giant with one big, beautiful brown and green eye right here in the middle. She's a giant. She's a guardian. She's what you see is what you get. And she is not afraid of anything. And she will always have your back. It's pretty simple. Let's go with Corin.
My name's Daggerheart.
What?
Before you see a bald-headed human, full beard, well maintained. And he is not fat but not skinny. Leather armor, padded. You can't necessarily tell if it's padded in certain places. Super boisterous. and super rambunctious and ready to go. Yeah, it's hard not to not smile around him. He always is in a happy mood and ready to take on whatever the day throws at him. And I will pass that spotlight over to Susie.
Tegan is a fairy from the Slyborn community. They are wordsmith, master of wordplay. Try to live up to that. They love their scepter, and they are slow to trust.
What?
And rounding out the party is Marlowe Fairwind, who is a very elegantly dressed elf. And she is actually the chief court wizard to the king of this particular community here. So she is the royal mage of King Emerus, and actually has brought all of you here to this particular location to ask for your help in delivering this package that I have here that King Emerus has trusted me with. Very very closely guarded secret package. So there you go. So I am I'm known to all of you at least a little bit. Either that or you have answered my call for daring adventurers in this time where obviously our guards have left us and there are few people abroad we can trust. So, I've asked some very trustworthy folks here to help me out.
So that's a great segue into where we're headed next, because you talked about immediately as part of you who you are about connections to each other. So I'm going to point you on your character sheets to the details tab. So about halfway down the page, it says effects, features, equipment, details, and journal. If you click on details, you'll see some background stuff. This would let you kind of give description of your character if you wanted to, but you guys all gave descriptions. This is a place where you would be able to put that on your character sheet. And then background questions would have to do with anything of your character type or whatnot that might be a question that the DM posed to you, or you could list any other question, or we would, if we were doing a full-on campaign long thing where we would be asking each other questions about stuff. But I want to go down to connections, and I'm gonna start with Sean since he ended us. Pick one of those connections that are listed on your character sheet.
Yeah.
Any one of the three, and pick a person who it applies to and tell us why.
Sure. So, I have a couple of them that are very interesting. And so I am going to start with I once considered you close. And I am going to choose Barnacle for I once considered you close. We worked very closely together. They stole some, let's say that, some things needed to go missing. And I needed some help with that. But unfortunately, some things of mine that might have gone missing as well.
Excellent. All right, now. Oh, you're muted, Miranda.
I said, say what now? Huh?
All right, so since Barnacle was called out, we will go to Barnacle on the same screen, and you get to pick one of your connections
All right.
and decide who it is with and why.
I have one that says we get into too much trouble, and I think that would work well with Mr. Garrick Reed, because when we have a good time together, we get into a little bit of trouble. So I think we may be drinking buddies after whatever adventures we've been on, and it's that happy-go-lucky, charismatic, just we're always having a good time type of atmosphere.
Excellent. All right, Garrick. What
Yes,
about one of yours?
Garrick has a connection of I see you trying your best, and he would throw that over to Brandy's character, which I forgot the name of.
Kari.
Sorry.
Kari. Uh, because he understands the pressure and the want to protect. And he sees that she's trying to do her best in that aspect, including protecting him sometimes when he gets reckless.
Excellent.
Oh,
All
that
right,
would be
so
me. Okay.
Kari, that would be you. Yep.
Kari would be trying to impress Varian with her not quite worldly skills that she would like to present to be more worldly than she actually is. Like she's seen more than she's seen. She knows more than she knows when she probably really doesn't.
Okay.
Excellent.
Soverian is worried that someone's better than me. I'm thinking that what's the name? The bard.
Tegan?
Egan.
Tegan, with that little flimsy sword of theirs, I feel like does more damage than my bow. And I don't like it necessarily, so I'm trying to make sure that everybody understands when my bow sings, it's doing damage. So I'm worried that Tegan is better than me.
Excellent.
You know what? I'm also worried that Sean's character is better than me because that elf is so well dressed and so put together. But I know for sure that they are ruthless when it comes to dealing with enemies. So I'm worried that both of them are better than me, and I've got to put up a brave face.
All right.
Marlowe.
All right. Tegan.
So I don't think someone trusts me. I'm getting the vibe that Garrick is not totally sure of Tegan. Garrick is from highborn society, and Tegan's ways are a little sus.
Well, Garrick's going to throw it right back at you, and he's going to say we need to put our feelings aside as his connection. You may have gone a little too far and a little too personal with one of your quick, witty jokes with him one time, and he kind of held this resentment for a very long time against you, even though it was just a part of your act. But now that we're actually hired on the same crew, we need to put our differences aside.
Yep.
Excellent. So you threw it back to Tegan.
Oh,
All right, so you get pick another one of the.
you said you only had to pick one.
Well, now we're picking three.
I had one that I really wanted to do, but I couldn't do both, so I can.
Yeah. We
back
could
in
do
the
all
day,
three.
back in the day, Barnacle and I ran a con together. Because Barnacle's quick on their feet, and it got a little dicey when we got to the river, but we figured it out, you know?
Excellent.
There
Love
are
that.
problems.
I love that detail. I love the detail of got dicey when we got to the river. That's like a great, just that's all you need to say. I love it. I love it. So let's try to cap it at 2 per, so we don't run out of time, too much time, but let's definitely keep it going.
I'd say
Doesn't mean you have to
that
do a round robin. If somebody gets
Yeah.
tagged and they've already done 2, we can just pick someone else to do one, right?
totally. I feel like Barney would follow Kari anywhere. I think that they find a lot of comfort in somebody looking out for them because they're usually the sneaky one looking out for other people. And so they find a lot of comfort in this almost guardian figure watching after them and whoever they're with, and they do anything to make sure they're okay.
Well, you know, the reason for that is because Barney is Kari's childhood friend.
Mm.
We grew up together.
Yes, we did. Forgot about that part.
A giant and a frog.
Oh, we met at the same river that me and Tegan.
That's right. Excellent.
I'm
Anyone
gonna
else?
I'm gonna go with we tell each other everything. I think as warriors, Garrick and I share a lot of stories and kind of hang out together and train together, things like that.
Built some trust over time. Nice.
And battle. Yep. That we've saved each other many times.
Anyone else not make two yet?
Our
I have
sorcerer
not.
friend.
Yeah, I have not made two. So, in keeping with what seems to be Marlowe's, let's say, involvement with some of the less, I don't want to say savory, but some of the folks that work in the shadows. Not only have I worked closely with Barnacle before, but I actually trust Tegan with my life. They and I have gotten into and out of several scrapes, and I can always trust Tegan to have my back. That's why I've asked them here tonight, be part of this adventure, and also, it really helps if you are in the court of the king to have a bard friend who can sing your praises in both the courtly manner and as well in the taverns and the seedier side. So very helpful to have someone that can spread a rumor on your back.
Absolutely.
Excellent. So, as an exercise, just taking a break from this for a second, as an exercise in building connections, the first time I did this, when I played this with these same NPCs or PCs with these same pregens, it went very differently, right? So that's a testament to the game. I think is super cool. But it was one of my most favorite parts of the evening was making these kind of connections because all of a sudden now you're not just stats on a page with powers. Now you've actually built a real quick and dirty backstory, but now there's some lived history between these characters, which is now able to come out as we move into whatever stories we try to tell together, right? So now you've got some relationships and whatnot. Now,
And it is super helpful that they give you the prompts. And you can use
super
your own
cool.
prompts, I'm sure.
Well,
but
and that's the thing is these are pre-gen, so they came with pre-generated prompts. That may be something that the DM chooses to give to each character after you've made them, or that there's a list that the party just pulls from, like a master list that everybody's contributed to. Like you could do this in many different ways, right? Of these prompts. These are there because these are pre-generated characters and they're trying to get you involved in how the game works. But you could come up with three of your own prompts that speak
yeah,
to you, that are important to you as a character, that you then build into your connections with the other players. And that can be super fun. I think it's really smart design to have this built in because I think one of the trickiest part is you met in a bar and you're all heroes and you're all going on your first adventure together. Well, is there more backstory, and can there be more
right.
backstory? And it's a mechanic to do it collaboratively together because maybe when Brandy talked about the river, that sets something up for Miranda to bring up later, right? About that story about the river or whatever, like, or was it
Susie.
Brandy?
No, Susie.
Or Susie said that, Right. What Susie said about the river, I think that would, that might bring up things and whatnot. It's just all story fuel,
Yeah, I just
which
saved
is
them
really
from the
cool.
river. I wasn't involved in the Dicey.
That's right. You were the childhood friend.
Yeah,
Got it.
but I saved them from that whole river.
To the river.
incident.
I'm just always at the river.
So, and in all of this backstory stuff, kind of got a prompt from Sean and Marlowe having to deliver this package, and that Marlowe had gathered you all to help deliver this package. Was it to the king or from the king? I didn't catch
Muted.
that part.
Let me tell you. Let me read that. Where is it? Responsible for bringing the group together. My question was, why do you think King Emerus trusts you more than anyone else to deliver this package? So seems to be from King Emerus.
Gotcha. So, so those background questions are probably from their pre-generated adventure that
Yeah,
they
unclear.
have.
Yeah, unclear if we are doing that. I didn't know if we were doing that adventure or not.
Totally cool. It gives me a starting point, which is great. So you gathered your friends to go to the king because the king has a task for you. And you think it's to go deliver this package is what you've been told. So you guys all are able to meet up. Is there anything special you want to do before you all meet up or as you all meet up? At the summons of your friend Marlowe?
I'm gonna tell Barnacle. Um, your sister said that she needs her sewing basket back. She just said to tell you if I saw you.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Jenny, thank you for letting me know. Jenny always does think that I have her dang sewing basket. I told her I gave it back to her 3 years ago. But I will talk with her. Thank you for passing along the note.
You know she'd get on
I
me if I didn't
appreciate
tell
it.
you.
I know. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Kari. Now, Marlo, I'm confused. So we're taking this package. What is this package?
Well, if I told you, then I wouldn't be the most trusted of the king, now would I?
Oh, I see. But you see, sir, you trusted us. So shouldn't we get to know a little bit about what we're getting ourselves into?
Well, see, I would have had to open the package to know what's in the package, therefore violating the trust of the king. I trust him to give me a package and then I go deliver it. I don't go look. I don't read his mail.
So you're saying the king didn't even tell you what we're doing? He just handed you a package and said, take it somewhere.
Kings are not
I will
often
never
in the
understand your dealings. I won't understand your dealings, but I'm here and I'm ready to help however I can.
Unfortunately, kings are not often in the habit of explaining themselves to their subjects.
That's fair.
Me
It
and
would make my life a lot easier if he would.
Veyran would show up probably pretty sweaty from a morning workout by the time this summon is here.
If only I had some water. I need to clean myself. This sweat is clinging and sticky.
Yes, it's called your natural aroma. It's how you attract the ladies.
That's
Kari's
not
gonna
how that
walk up
works.
right behind and just kind of nod like, uh-huh.
Who is
As the only
it's you,
lady
Kari.
here, I think I can say confidently that's not how that works.
It depends what your species is.
Valid. I will not cast aspersions on the place of musk in your cultural practices.
So what did you interrupt us for anyway?
I need help. Delivering a package. There's nobody around to help anymore. Everyone's gone to the front. I need strong arms and strong backs that I can trust.
Does it involve hunting?
For you, yes.
Yes, then I am in.
I thought so. Yes, that's what I've heard about you.
You've seen
There
it
will,
as well. I'm
there will
very good at
definitely
what
be
I
something
do.
to shoot with your bow, which is amazing. Very smart.
Yes. I clean
Yes.
my whiskers. Yes.
I will hide.
Question, I think, guys, I don't think it's a question. I think I got the strongest back, and I'm gonna start doing like those muscle man poses. But I'm just a really stout frog with limp limbs.
Just gonna
Yeah,
pat Barney on
short.
the
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
And I'm gonna lean down and whisper, and I'm gonna say, "Is that Tegan over there?"
Yeah, that's Tegan. That's Tegan, all right.
Maybe Tegan will sing a song or say some of those pretty words. Maybe.
Oh
I
yeah.
thought you said tea. I got excited.
You said what?
Tea.
Oh,
I thought you
sorry.
said tea. They
I
said.
thought we were about to have tea.
Tea.
Tegan.
Again.
Deacon, would you sing us a song? Meanwhile,
It's gonna
I'll be
cost you.
cleaning myself.
It's gonna cost you more now.
What will it cost? I've only got one handful of coin.
The handful is relative to the hand, you know.
Yes, if
Yeah,
I
I
had
feel
your
like
hand.
this ain't fair.
I've got you, friend. I've got you.
Your hands are quite large.
I mean, if you really think about it, it really just equates to how much you drink. My handful gets me as much drinks as I need, and her handful, or their handfuls, gets them as much drinks as they need.
All right, Garrick, you know I can drink you under the table at any point. But anyways, we should get going on this mission. Where are we headed?
That is a great question.
I believe you are
I
headed to the king
suppose to
to
the
go
king.
get the package.
Yeah.
All right.
Get our instructions.
So you make your way to the castle, and you are received by a servant. They are dapperly dressed in fine uniform, completely crisp and clean, and they are very prim and proper. Yes, the master has business today. Are you sure you have an appointment?
Straighten myself up a little bit neater.
Are you sure
Brush
I have an
my hair.
appointment? I'm the chief mage to the king. I don't need an appointment. I work here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see you behind these larger, ruffian-looking types. I assumed you were headed to the border to go repel those nasty gnolls.
I have been asked to assist with a bit of a special delivery. That's why I have these ruffians. It's not safe out there. You know, one must have one's own ruffians when one goes abroad.
Feel you
And
see
again?
you have the need to explain yourself to these minions. Is that correct, Marlowe?
You just
I mean,
insult
polite.
me.
Yes, yes, I think so.
I'll have you know, good sir, that I am a servant to the king. I hold his ear. I would speak more kindly to me in the future.
We're all servants to the king. Just because you wear nice clothing means nothing to me.
Kari's just gonna walk up and say, "I push to the side and say, 'Is it this way?' and just start walking."
Yes, I will take you forward. And you hear, make me a instinct check. Sorry, I want to use character names. Varian,
Okay. Just click on instinct.
right?
Okay. Roll. I've got An 8 with hope.
Okay, so go ahead and mark a hope that you've gained a hope.
Okay.
But you unfortunately do not overhear what he whispers to Marlowe. He says, "Be sure the loudmouth braggart keeps his tongue in check in front of the king."
Yes, I know. Needs must and all that.
And you are taken into what looks to be, for lack of a better term, a war room. There's multiple tables with sand tables with terrain and looks like figurines of troops and whatnot. And you see maps pinned to the wall all over the place and whatnot. So it looks like there's been a lot of planning and whatnot going on here. However, it is just the king, and he is seated at his desk with his head in his hands. And he hears you all, and he says, "Oh, sorry, Marlowe. I know I had you come to take care of some business, but I have other matters. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe you could help with who are these people?"
You said that you had a mission to go would take. I brought precaution. You know how safe it is out there, which is to say, not at all, sir.
Well, not at all is correct. Unfortunately, I that is no longer relevant. But I have had a personal matter come up that I need help with, and bit of a discretion needed for this.
Well, your
My
Majesty, no one
nephew,
would.
my nephew has made a very large mistake and gone missing. Um, have
That
you
is a
ever
mistake.
have you ever been to Hillstone Manor? Now, each of you, tell me something you know about Hillstone Manor. It is, with the caveat being, it is currently dilapidated and run down, and everyone has been told to avoid it. What do you each know about Hillstone Manor?
Eric has been told of a tale of a crying young girl in the building that lures people in, and people who go to save her are never seen again. That is why he has avoided it.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I've heard that the rumors that it's haunted are completely false, and there's no reason to go there.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd take it as a challenge.
Well, I heard that it was actually once the seat of a former very powerful noble house. And the ancestor of this particular king are the ones who removed them from power. And, this house sits dilapidated ever since, basically, as a sign of the authority of this dynasty.
Good one.
Kari thinks it's scary looking.
Yes.
You are muted
That
again.
no, I'm not.
No,
Is it
you're
not
not.
working?
Now it is.
Oh,
Now you're
okay.
not.
Okay, weird. Barney has heard that the water there actually like burns off your skin, so it's even more justifiable not to get in because Barney doesn't like the water.
And Tegan?
It's muted.
I was trying to write that song in my character sheet, but we're workshopping it.
What do you know about the manor?
Just that a long time ago, someone I knew went there and never came back.
Oh shit! All right.
Awesome.
I
like how sassy Barney is about everything he says.
So, so when
That's
you
not Barney.
so when he says the name of
Like a
Hillstone
cool
Manor,
brother.
you all recall these thoughts to yourselves about what happened in your past and your knowledge of this particular place. And you've all seen it. It is up on the hill. It's kind of run down and overgrown a little bit, and whatnot. And the king says, "My nephew Charles decided that he was going to prove himself and go there and handle and be able to spend a night there. And it was a dare by a bunch of his friends. Well, he hasn't returned, and my fear is that something ill befell him in the manor. So I don't quite believe the rumors of that place myself, but I have no local constabulary. They're all down fighting the war. So could you, Marlowe, and your stalwart friends, and you see he is trying to butter you all up, do me the favor and go retrieve my nephew from whatever has befallen him there.
In time of war, it seems like there are many more straightforward ways to prove oneself than to go and spend the night in a haunted house. But for you, my liege, anything to keep your mind at rest, to make sure that you can focus on this war effort.
It's
Can I
much
ask you a
appreciated.
question? What is the ancestry? Is that the word? What is the heritage of the king?
Ah, interesting. So you see that the heritage of the king, he has a um, somewhat um, uh, elongated, muzzly face that looks a little bit like a uh, that he's part human and part monkey.
Ooh, okay.
And just so you know, as far as mechanics of learning the game, you can take multiple ancestries.
Okay.
Now, your ancestry on your character sheet gives you two features from your ancestry. The rule when you try to have a mixed heritage, mixed ancestry, is that you will use one from the top of one and the second one from the bottom because they are weighted slightly differently.
Got
So you
it.
can't pick two tops or two bottoms of the list,
Mhm.
but you can combine any two. And if you wanted to be a mutt, you could say you were a mutt of five different ancestries, but you still could only pick one from a top and one from a bottom as
Nice.
your abilities. So it really lets you mix some fun um, ancestries and whatnot, and you could have a part Clank, which is the robot, and part Mushroom, the myconid one. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
could, and if you can come up with it, you can build it. Like it's super
they
cool.
they made plankers a playable race.
What's
Well,
Blankers?
like Warforged.
Okay.
No, I
I'm making
know.
the Shroominator for our campaign. That's it. Happening.
Yeah, just sounds awesome.
It's terminate like termites.
Oh, that's too funny.
I'm,
So yes, and his
I'm more than happy to go to this manor with all of these fine people. As long as we all can agree, if we hear a crying girl, we try to save her.
I'll drop to a knee. My king, there is nothing to fear in this manor. My bow shall sing stories of your success, and we shall bring back your nephew.
And I do think if we hear a crying girl, we should probably run.
No, we can't run. That's the cowardice thing to. If we face it together, we can save her.
Run
This is
from
the
a
one
small
opportunity
child?
chance I will have.
I will not run.
Well, I'm good. Then it's decided. Then we'll be brave.
So,
Just taking the temperature on that, as a group.
so I'm going to direct you all now as you guys make your way to this manor on the outskirts of town. I'm going to direct you all to Owlbear Rodeo, where I am switching the scene to a map where I have tokens of your characters. So you should be able to, on Owlbear Rodeo, grab your token and move them around on the map. I do not have line of sight set up. So I just use your imagination that you can't see through walls and things like that as far as that goes, because I was not able to get that working. I know Owlbear Rodeo does that, but I'm a Fantasy Grounds guy, friend of the stream, Fantasy Grounds. But Owlbear Rodeo was just quicker and easier to do for new players who don't have Fantasy Grounds accounts and stuff. So it was just easier to do this.
Should I be seeing a map on Owlbear Rodeo right now?
Yeah.
You should. Do you
Okay,
not?
because I definitely don't at all.
Interesting. You're
Also-
showing up in the player list like 3 times.
3 separate times.
Yeah.
Oh, now 2 times. Now no times.
Now no times.
Now 1
Okay,
time.
well,
Now one time.
Now 3
Now
more
now
times.
3
Now 3 times.
All right, I'm back 3 times, but now somehow I'm seeing the map.
There we go.
I'm not going to argue.
Just had to, like as Susie said, I had to sacrifice my clones.
Yep.
They're like
That's
ghosts
great.
now
Okay.
that they're here, but
So I would like to point you to the bottom left-hand portion of the map where it shows the fear tracker. So when the campaign, when a session starts, the DM has 6 fear. Don't move my tokens, damn it. You cannot steal my fear.
If you can find your fear.
Like all 3 of us, like 3 of us were doing it at the same time.
It's so funny. So you can see 6 fear. The DM can earn up to 12 fear. They can never hold more than 12. So again, DMs are expected to spend fear. And we didn't really talk about how DMs spend fear yet. So when a instance occurs where the spotlight is on, something happens and the spotlight goes to the party, when the party either rolls a success with fear, or rolls a failure with fear, or rolls a failure with success, the DM, if it is, well,
Hope you mean a failure with hope.
a failure with hope, right? So the DM, if it's with hope, the DM can spend a fear in that moment and take the spotlight to him and whatever he wants to then do. A DM can spend fear at any point in time to take the spotlight. However, if you roll with fear, he doesn't have to spend a fear, the spotlight goes to him. In addition to him gaining a fear, right? So the reason why they want you to put the tracker, or if we were playing in person, I would have some really cool mechanism that would show how much fear I have gathered, because that's you're supposed to feel that pressure, right? As players, realizing that because those fear tokens are the way I power my actions, my abilities, and all sorts of stuff, right?
Interesting. So without using a fear, you don't go.
Unless we
I
fail.
go
or
if
unless
you
we
fail
don't
with
fear.
if you fail
Right.
with if you fail or if you give me a fear, I can go without spending one.
Now let me ask you this. Some of our things allow us to spend more than one hope. Can you spend a whole bunch of fears to just like nuke us?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Can't you
Oh
spend
yeah.
as many fear as you have?
I can spend as many fear as I have when it's time for me to spend fear. Again, the DM is kind of in control in that regard, but if you guys like here's a perfect example. If you guys keep rolling with hope, the story's going to be boring because I never get an action. So I can spend a fear and interrupt your good fortunes,
Got it.
right? But I got to spend a resource to do that, as opposed to waiting till you roll fear and then I go, oh, now I get to pick someone to put the spotlight on. So I may put it on my big boss or whatever, right? And do different things. And different powers cause different things. Another resource on your character sheet. So you guys are going to be going back and forth between these two tabs now that we're in a map. Is you'll be looking at your character sheet. You'll be going back to this to move your tokens on the map and whatnot. So I'll give a big description here in a second, but just talking about some mechanics is we didn't talk a whole lot about stress. Stress is another thing that characters have, and adversaries also have stress. So stress is a different meter than your hit points. But some powers you have, you may have to burn stress, use a stress to power them. And you can only use stress if you have it, right? If you run out of stress, everything you do from there on out is a disadvantage, which means I get to roll a d6 and minus it from your rolls. And if you take a stress and you have no more stress, you take a hit point, which you can't block with armor.
Okay.
So stress is another way to build tension, to build story, to affect characters. So even if I'm having trouble hitting you, but I have a mechanic that takes stress away from you, that's another thing. I can also bargain with stress. You have the spotlight and you do a roll and you wanted to do something and you fail. I can say, I'll allow you to succeed that if you burn a stress. And you get to make that choice. Right? So it's all resource management.
Can we get stressed out? Can we have too much stress?
If you have no more stress, everything you do is at disadvantage.
Okay.
And
You have
every
no-
stress you take after that becomes a hit point instead.
Oof. Okay.
So that's what stressed out is.
And we're starting with 0 at the moment.
No, you have all your stress,
Do we-
meaning you have those,
Oh,
you
Mickey-
mark them when you take it. Just like
Oh,
you
I
take
see.
stress, just like you would take a hit point,
got it.
right?
Okay.
So now let me talk about character death and the mechanic for character death. And this is one of the lovely, lovely, joyous things about a narrative campaign. If you run out of hit points, you then have the spotlight immediately goes to you, and you have a choice to make. And there are three options. First option is you can go out in a blaze of glory. You've decided this is how my character's going to die. I get one more action, and then I die. That's the blaze of glory option. The second option is I love my character too much. I don't want him to die because a goblin stuck him with a spear. That's not the story I want to tell. So I'm now going to just say I'm unconscious until either someone in the party figures out how to heal me or until we take a long rest. That's your second narrative choice. And the third narrative choice, I'm going to roll my duality dice and let them decide. If I roll higher with hope, I'm alive. If I roll higher with fear, I'm dead. And those are the choices you have if you're out of hit points. So, lots of fun options as far as that goes. Not that there's going to be combat or anything.
No, of course not.
So
Never.
here you are at the Hillstone Manor. It is definitely run down. It's dreary. As a matter of fact, it's so dreary, it kind of affects the climate around it. It started to slowly patter of rain a little bit. Little pitter patters of rain falling on the cobblestones underneath your feet as you approach the house. It is definitely run down. There's sections of the roof that look like they're torn open. Some of the walls have damage. Every window in the place is jaggedly shattered, and pieces of glass are just nasty. It's obviously been used and abused in many different ways, maybe by punk kids in town goofing off, or maybe by something else much more nefarious. Who knows? But you definitely have a sense that things are pretty nasty here. What would you like to do?
Did we hear the child's
Or
or the
anything?
kid's name? The nephew's name?
He would have given you the nephew's name, so he would have said, yeah, it was Charles. He said, my nephew Charles.
Okay. And what was Barnacle saying?
If there was any like overlay over the house or awning, like even just any coverage from the rain along the outside of the house before having to actually enter.
There's a little bit of an awning right by the front door, but not much of one.
Okay.
Like you could
But I would have
probably
to.
huddle there, but the
Okay.
door is wide open, like rotted off its hinges. So there's not even a
Okay.
door. Like to get out of the rain, you kind of have to go inside.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Barnacle does not like water at all. Barney is deathly afraid of the water. So the second it starts raining, he's gonna, in his flowy cape, try to be as stealthy as possible, knowing that this is a sketchy area, but sort of like hightail it on his tiny pencil legs to the edge of the door and try to just wait by the door and see if he can hear or see anything through the window or the door without going in.
Okay. So you're going to try to sneak up towards the house.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a finesse roll, please.
Okay. Do. All right, finesse roll. I roll. I did 11 with fear.
Thank you for that fear.
You're welcome.
So you easily make it up to the house. You didn't make too much noise. So game mechanics wise, I set that at a 10. So you succeeded, but with fear, right? So I gained fear. I'm going to take the spotlight in this moment and say, you hear from inside the house what sounds like a small child's voice. Can't make out what they're saying, but you hear it. Please make me, and this is just for you because you're the only one hearing it because you are up close. Please make me a. What would this be? A. I'll let you choose between presence or knowledge roll.
Knowledge. I will do a presence roll.
Now, while you're doing that and setting that up, This roll is rolled the same exact way, and you can modify it the same exact way. However, this is called a reactionary roll. You didn't choose this action. I put this action on you. Therefore, if you roll with hope, it doesn't matter. You don't gain a hope. If you roll with
Okay.
fear, I don't gain a fear.
Okay.
This is a reactionary roll. Okay.
I got a 17 with hope.
Okay. So you start to kind of freak a little bit, but you get total control of yourself and you understand that whatever that is, I'm not scared of it. Mechanics wise, had you failed, whatever value I had set on it, I would have given you a stress. Make sense?
Because I was scared, or yeah,
right.
totally.
So that was the
I'm gonna-
action that I just took. I took the spotlight for your fear roll that gave me that fear. I didn't have to spend a fear to do that. I just created that narrative situation for our story, right? Just talking through what I'm doing as a DM and for you guys as players, so you understand the back and forthness of this at this moment. And who do you look to? Who do you look to when you get there?
Perfect. Because I was gonna say I'm gonna look back to Garrick, and over our time of drinking, we have made up some hand signals for basic things because they know that I like to be quiet and I don't like to talk when we're in the zone. So I do our standard hand signs for come quiet, but then there's some awkwardness as like little girl isn't a word that we've done before, so I'm trying to frantically be like trying to hint that what he warned us about might be inside.
What does she mean, little pina colada? What could pina colada mean in this moment? And Garrick will confusingly walk over.
Okay.
And come and look in the doorway.
So you come over and you look in the doorway. Give me a instinct roll, please.
Instinct roll. Looks like a 10 with fear.
Okay. So now here's a sliding scale situation. So they encourage you as a DM to give certain information when you can at different intervals of success. Right? So and it's no surprise they break it down into fives, right? A very easy task is a 5. Right?
Mm-hmm.
A normal task is a 10. And a slightly difficult task is a 15, etc. And it goes all the way up to 30, because eventually when you're higher level, you have much bigger bonuses and things, right? And you're able to do epic stuff, right? But they say, like, if you're trying to, like, if they say they're looking in somewhere, I now will give you a 10's worth of information, quote unquote, right? So what was your total again?
10 with fear.
Oh, I gain a fear.
You don't have to. It's a May ability. You may.
It's definitely the rain. It's definitely the rain.
I will take that fear. So as you're looking in, it's a little hard to see in there. The moonlight's only going so far through the doorway and through different cracks in the ceiling. You see little spots of moonlight in the room. You see that this place is completely trashed. The rug is rotted and torn up that's in the foyer. There are pedestals that once held stone statues that are busted on the floor, completely broken all apart. Everything you can see from the doorway is broken and busted up. And you rolled with fear. So I'm going to do the same thing. You hear that voice. Give me either a presence or knowledge roll.
I will give a knowledge roll this time.
Okay.
That is a critical success. 14.
All right. So you gain a fear. I mean, you gain a hope. You gain a hope. You would clear a stress if you had one.
Which I do not.
Okay. You do not take oh no, actually you don't get this because this is a reaction. I'm sorry, take that hope away.
Aw.
How dare you
Even
get my
even though
hope?
it's a critical success, but this critical success still stands, meaning you hear the same voice, and on this critical success, you know that the voice is a little girl's voice, and you know that she is repeating a phrase that has the word help. I can't see anything. Help.
Garrick kind of looks at Barnacles and goes, "Sorry, the little girl's in here," and starts running into the house.
All right. The perfect way to not give up, story wise, to not give up the spotlight, right? Because this was something that you had in your story was the little girl. Again, I'm over explaining things right now for the purpose of us learning the game and getting used to the narrative. I will stop trying to do that. I know I'm being bad about it, but I'm wanting to make sure everybody understands what I'm doing mechanically and why I'm doing the choices I'm making. So you rush in. Okay. So go ahead and move about 6 squares because that's what you would move without trying to get any further, right? You rush in. What do you want to do when you do that?
Looking for the source of the sound.
Okay. Um, give me another. Sorry, I'm still not used to
The instinct check?
the trait. Is that the perception basically? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Instinct. Thank you.
That is a 21 with fear. How much fear can I give him before I'm in there alone?
At least two. At least two is the answer.
The this sound is coming from all around you, like out of the walls. Um, and I'm going to burn a fear,
Of course
even
you
though
are.
it's my turn, and there's a reason I'm choosing to burn a fear. I'm going to burn a fear to just give you a stress.
Yeah. Um, Garrick will look over his shoulder at the door, waiting for his party members to come and back him up.
So, given the fact that he just yelled that out, who wants the spotlight back in the group?
Kari would run in with her I've got your back and not being afraid of anything.
Right. So you easily can get to the doorway. You see him standing there in the middle of the room. You see the description I gave of the hallway, etc., etc. Is there anything you would like to do? If you want to go further, you can attempt that as your action.
That's what I would like to do.
Okay. So give me a strength check.
Is that an OG Snuggie?
You know it is.
Bro, you gotta update.
Okay, I got a 14 with hope.
I
So
got to know what the new Snuggie is. I truly need to know what Orin comes back with right now.
It's an hoodie.
I'm back with it. Yes.
It's an hoodie.
I
An
know exactly.
oversized hoodie.
That's a blanket.
It's just a blanket hoodie. It's just more
That's
effective.
that's incredible.
So yes, if you want as your action to make it up to your friend, you could easily do that with that success. And that was with a hope, you said?
Yes.
So make sure you add yourself a hope as you careen into the house and catch up to your friend. Anyone else?
Marlowe will sigh and smooth down her robes. And this has just gone totally off the rails now. We are just smashing into this house. There's no more talk. We're yelling about little girls. There's no more talk about the king's nephew. And so she will just sort of sigh and move purposefully, but not with haste, towards the front door.
Okay. So you can move yourself 6 squares.
Yeah, I will just sort of crunch my way across the cobblestones and do my best to look aggrieved,
Excellent.
which is very easy because I'm very haughty. So aggrieved, sort of a resting aggrieved face.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Any
move up.
excuse to go inside.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna hide along the wall and try to stealth my way up.
Go ahead and give me a finesse roll, and you can go ahead and move up as you wanted to, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up to the door, muttering something about being smart and not rushing in foolishly, but not saying it to anyone in particular.
At least there's one of us, you hear from behind you.
The water has completely shaken me. I have a 17 with fear. The water is in my head, but I'm still good at what I do.
No, it's the river all over again.
It's really the river.
You got a 17 with fear? Is that what I just heard?
Yes.
All right.
I am hidden, which also means I am cloaked, because I am a rogue.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Given the fact that you rolled with fear, I'm going to, at this point, take the spotlight, and I'm going to have you hear that girl's voice say, "Help me! I can't see anything! Help! Help me!" Everybody inside the house, please make me a reaction of a presence roll.
That's weird.
And a reaction means no fear or hope. Is that correct?
Yeah, you roll the same 2 die. It's just the result doesn't matter in that regard.
So I got a 10 with fear.
Fear doesn't matter, but you take
I got a. Oh, sorry, go.
with the 10, you take a stress.
I got a 14.
You shake it off.
I have a 17 critical success.
You shake it off, and you hear that the voice is coming from all of the walls, but you also hear it coming more prominently from the bookshelf in the northeast corner of the room. Like you hear almost the echoey, "Help me, help me, help me." You know, I can't see from everywhere, but you hear almost like a source of it.
North is
Is
in our
top of the map, east is
Cool.
to your right.
Cool. Okay. I'm going to then stealth my way over there, trying to remain hidden and perceive what's in that room before going in, hiding
No,
up against
actually,
the wall.
I'm sorry, my description was bad. It's this bookshelf
No.
in the corner.
Oh, still in the same room. Heard.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Then I would stealth my way up along and see if I can notice anything closer up.
Give me another finesse roll for your stealthing.
24 with fear. Rain.
Excellent.
Water. Rain. I can't.
Excellent.
You gotta quit feeding him. You gotta quit feeding him.
So you notice on the shelf that you snuck over there, no problem. You don't think you were seen or heard, but you notice on the shelf that all of these books and whatnot are like the pages are wet and rotted from the leaks in the roof, except there is one book that looks completely pristine, untouched by the elements, sitting on the shelf.
Signal to Kari to I'm gonna tell Kari quietly or signal from across the room to get Marlowe, because that's who I would think would be able to tell more than I anything about that. So I'll just step back and hide against the wall.
Okay. So, Kari, you've been handed the spotlight.
I am going to. I can step back out and call for Marlowe, correct?
You can
Okay.
totally call from there. I mean, he's not far.
Okay. I thought we were trying to be kind of sneaky.
That's up to you. If you want to move out, and that's fine.
I'm going to move because I am taking cues from my friend that we're trying to be quiet. And, I don't know, but I go to the door and I rage whisper, Marlowe.
Great.
Excellent.
I think our friend Garrick has ruined the surprise, but I do appreciate the effort. And
Marlo, what would you like to do?
well, I will. I'll pick up the pace a little bit because it seems like something weird has happened in the house that now needs my attention. So I will start moving more quickly, with purpose towards the front door.
Okay.
And as I come up, I will sort of ask Carrie, what is going on?
Barney needs you.
Yes, that sounds right. I will. I'll step into the house and see what's going on.
Okay. So, just again, I know we're so used to D&D and actions and whatnot. It's fair for you right now to say, Kari, I follow.
Okay.
Like to grab the spotlight in that way, right? Even though it's not always someone that passes you the spotlight, sometimes you can grab it when it makes sense narratively, which you went out to get him. And I'm only using this as a coaching moment. You went out to get him. It would make sense for you to be like, I follow Marlowe back into the house, if that's what your character would do.
Yeah, that's definitely.
You know what I'm saying? So I just want everybody to realize that that's the kind of narrative flow we're looking for, is what, if it would make sense for your character, hop in and say it in those moments in time, right?
And then I follow them in.
There you go.
That does make stepping on each other in Discord sometimes a little bit tough if we're all trying to talk at the same time.
Right.
So
and I think that's
mindful.
a tricky thing. And we can start, I think online in situations like this, you could put your hand up to be like, I've got something I'd like to jump in here, that kind of thing. And it's cool to have that kind of table talk. Like, if I ask Brandy, who do you throw the spotlight to? And Corin's got their finger up, Brandy could say, Garrick. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that kind of table talk is perfectly fine. We're collaboratively telling the story. And that's somebody who feels like they have something to say in this moment as story-wise. So that's totally cool. And again, yes, Discord is a little different than a live table, right?
Yes.
And I see that Tegan has followed in as well.
Watch my flank.
So Marlo, it looks like Barnacle's kind of gesturing towards a bookshelf.
Okay.
Corner.
Well, all right. So I will. Yeah. I will come up and so I guess I'm going to investigate this book. And I spend one hope to use an experience.
You can spend a hope to use a single experience that will give you a +2 on the roll.
Okay, so I'm going to spend a hope, and I am going to use not on my watch.
Excellent.
And I am going to investigate this book that seems to have Barney feeling a little bit unsettled.
Are you investigating it visually, like inspecting it, or are you physically picking it up and investigating it?
I don't know how do I have like magical senses as a sorcerer? Can I just sort of do you know what I'm trying to get at there? Like can I hone in on it that way, or do I really feel
So
like I need to like,
yeah,
pick it up and look?
you tell me what you're looking for, and I try to find the stat to call it off of, right? So if you're trying
Okay.
to like sense this thing and be in its
Yeah.
presence and see if you understand it, that would be an instinct roll, as
Okay.
opposed to a I'm gonna look at it and try to see if I know anything about the title or the author or the whatever. That might be a knowledge roll, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna say this is an instinct moment.
Perfect. Well, I will use instinct, and then I get a +2
Correct.
for
Using your hope
experience.
and your one of
Okay,
your
so I get 2
experiences,
for instinct, and so then I just add +2 for experience, right? I don't need
right?
advantage or disadvantage. It's another 2. Mechanically trying to figure out how this character sheet works.
So when you click
Uh,
on the roll
yeah,
to click
I've
for
got
a
it.
instinct roll, down on the bottom, it'll have a little counter you could add to.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't advantage or disadvantage. It was
Right.
adding the number. So, all right. So we are rolling. That is a 17 with fear.
All
Oh
right.
my gosh.
So
Strong, scary rolls.
17 with fear. You definitely know that this book is the source of everything that is wrong at this mansion. You definitely
Put
know
an
this
arrow in it.
in your mind, okay? You know
Okay.
this. And in this moment, since you rolled with fear, which I will take,
Yeah, I bet.
rising up out of the very debris and floorboards around you is this swirling Icarus looking mist that form into these shapes, these misshapen bodies of what were once people. However, they are twisted and evil and rotten. So give me a moment to make a few tokens visible here.
Thanks. I hate it.
It's Charles.
Yeah, where's Charlie? Charlie.
Is one of you Charles?
Charlie.
Chuck? Chucky boy, you here?
Charlie bit my finger.
He bit me.
They're about to bite our fingers.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And I guess I'm standing by this bookshelf by Barnacle here.
Crap.
And
There's some
I
big
will look
ones.
at Barnacle and say, well, you definitely found it.
Yep. So
Yeah.
these things all manifest, right? So that's my action based on that fear roll. And because you have found the source, right? So I triggered that off of the book, right?
That only costs you one fear roll to manifest
Actually,
a million bad guys.
that didn't cost me anything. That was the fear I got.
Yikes.
We
The
gave you
spotlight went to me. They manifest. It is still my turn. I am going to burn several fear now. So first thing I'm going to do is these 3 larger ones. Okay. They form up and immediately take a stance where they are trying to assess the room and look for the biggest threat. They each fall on different people. One of them is obviously going to be on Marlowe because Marlowe's right there by the book. So the one closest to Marlowe has its focus on Marlowe. The one, sorry, I'm switching between screens here, so it's taking me a moment. The one on The southwest corner of the room is closest to Varian, so it settles its gaze on Varian. The one in the northwest corner of the room settles its gaze on Garrick. Those cost me 3 tokens for that to happen because I'm going to read you this ability of this creature. Just so you understand the mechanic, as those of you who might care about the mechanics. But story-wise, they manifest and they hone in on someone, right? That's what you see. But as far as the creature goes, these are known as brawny zombies in the book. They have an ability called slow, which is passive. When you spotlight the zombie and they don't have a token on their stat block, they can't act yet. Place a token on their stat block and describe what they're preparing to do. When
Token
you
is a
spotlight,
fear.
so I had to use a fear to activate them, to basically take them out of the slow condition. So I describe what they're going to do. One's going to attack Marlowe. One's going to, like, you guys know what these creatures are going to do, but they're not fast enough to do it right now.
Got it.
That's the nature of these zombie-like creatures, right? So I have used 3 fear to get those out from being slow.
Okay.
So now what I would
Gotcha.
do is if I was tracking them, I would put a token on their sheet to say they are no longer passive. So I am able to just mark that down so I know they are no longer passive, right? So they didn't have actions. However, I've only burned 3. I've got 8 more. So I'm gonna burn 1 for zombie 4, who's going to move towards Kari.
Come on, Spotlight.
And is going to attempt to attack Kari.
Hey now.
Does a 10 meet or beat your evasion?
Where is evasion?
Up left.
Top left of your character sheet.
You said a 10?
Yes.
Yes, it beats it.
Okay. So it hits you.
I'm big. I can't evade things.
I roll a total of 5 physical damage. So look at your thresholds. Did that beat your first threshold number? Probably not.
No.
So that will do 1 hit point of damage to you. You can choose to take that hit point of damage, or you can choose to mark an armor and take no damage. But then you've entered your armor.
No, I'll take the hit point.
You'll take the hit points. Okay. This creature has a couple of passive abilities. First one, target to mark is called Horrifying. Targets who mark a hit point from the zombie's attack must also mark a stress. And when the zombie is within melee range of a creature and at least one other zombie is within close range, all attacks against this creature have advantage. So I was able to add a d6 to my roll because I had advantage.
So I add a stress as well as 1 hit point.
So you should mark a hit point and a stress.
Got it.
All right. Let's see where we are. I'm going to burn another. And I'm going to have Zombie 3 attack Garrick. He's right there. So it over here because that's easier. So I have advantage. 15. Does that beat your evasion?
Yes, it does.
I do a total of 6 points of damage.
So that is only minor damage, but I will choose to take an armor slot.
So this zombie reaches out, slams into you with its fist, dents your armor, and then spotlight passes back to one of you.
Kari would go ahead and use her battle axe against the one that just hit her.
Perfect.
Question while she's doing that. So for the armor, apologies if we said it earlier, but just to clarify, that does it reset all of your armor after a short rest? Or what was the timing
So
of
we'll
getting
we'll
that
talk about rests.
Mhm.
This is the thing part of when you take a short rest, you can do two things with your short rest.
Okay.
You can recover, you could try to mend your armor, and
Mhm.
you roll a die to see how many slots you get back. I think it's a D4
Okay.
or something
Okay.
like that, right? You can heal up some wounds, and again, you roll a die. You can clear stress, or you can work, or there's a, I'll have to look it up. Let me look
Yeah.
it up later because we're
So
not in
you
that
can do
moment.
2 out of
But you
things,
can do
but
2 out of multiple things on a short rest. And on a
Okay.
long rest, you can also do 2 of the same kind of things, except you get like, you can clear all your armor. You can clear all your stress or all your wounds, right? So
Okay.
the short rest is partial, the long rest is everything, but you still only get certain actions.
Yeah, you still only get 2. Okay. Cool.
So, how do you roll for?
All right, let me look at your character sheet. So under your character sheet, you are choosing to use your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? The
Battle
battle axe.
Uh-huh.
So if you hover over where it says +2
Yep.
and click on it, it will give you an attack roll. Now, I want to point out that again, this is the narrative whole thing. Remember, you can, when it's not your turn, you can burn a hope to try to give advantage to one of your allies. And again,
Yeah.
I'm reminding you of this because it's the first time we're
Okay.
doing this. So if narratively you think you might do something or might be in a position to do something or whatever, you can burn a hope and then you would roll a d6 and add that and tell them what it is and they would get to add that to their total.
Right. Then I'm going to burn a hope and give it to Kari. And as I do, I'm going to say, back to back to back, and move into that slot and sort of have her back as she swings at zombie 4.
Perfect. So Jack, roll a d6 because this
All right,
happens
sir.
before the roll and then it will get added.
Roll a d6. That roll is a 5.
Right. So now when you click on that +2,
Mm-hmm.
you'll have the ability to add a modifier of 5
Okay.
on the bottom there,
Okay.
and then you roll.
Okay, so here's the thing. I rolled already before you
Okay.
jumped in and
Then
said
just add 5 in your
Okay.
head and tell me.
So it's a 20 with hope.
So you gain a hope, and you definitely hit with a 20.
Yeah, she's gonna just be just like you hit me. What? Whack.
Right. So go ahead and roll your damage, which is right next to that battle axe
Yeah.
attack.
8.
8. Okay. So this zombie has a minor threshold, or first threshold is 4, and second threshold is 6. So you just did 3 hit points to this zombie number 4.
Okay. I'm just gonna do that and be nice.
You basically chop off one of his arms.
Okay.
Now,
Well
who do you look
swung.
at? Who do you look at right after you do that?
I'll look at Varian. Because he was the
Hey.
last person that said something.
Varian, it is spotlight shifts to you.
Okay, I'm going to shoot at Big Zombie 2, and I'm going to take an arrow shot as I push my back up against Carrie to hold myself steady. I just aim really clearly at him. I've got what is it called? I've got a feature, an experience of deadly aim. I'm going to use a hope to use that experience, and I'm going to aim right at that zombie's eye and try to pierce its brain with one shot.
So that gives you a +2 to the roll.
Okay. Now, what do I roll?
So on your character sheet,
Huh?
you should have your weapon,
Weapon.
active weapons.
Right down the middle.
Right down the middle. Under equipment?
Close to the top.
No, it's on the main character sheet.
Under
Oh,
active
okay.
weapons.
Short bow. All right. So it's
See?
+2 agility, and then I would get a plus.
So click it first, and then before you hit roll, you can add a +2 on the bottom,
Okay.
because that would be your modifier.
All right. And then I hit roll. It's a 14 with hope.
All right. So that is versus
So
the big guy.
you've been bragging about your huge bow the whole time, and it's a short bow. It's so
a short
like
bow.
a man.
That was BZ2.
Yeah.
You did 14. So his second threshold is 15. So that does 2 hit points of damage to him.
Okay. Well, my attack roll was a 14. Is that
Oh,
also
sorry.
damage?
Yeah.
No, never mind then. The 14 to hit is definitely hit. Now roll damage. Sorry.
Okay. And I had to use a hope to get it, so I don't roll with hope, right?
Well, did you
I
roll
just-
with hope?
Yes.
Did you roll the attack roll when you rolled it? Was it with hope or with fear?
Hope.
You gained the hope?
Yes.
I did.
Yeah, so you used one, but then you gained one back on the
Right.
same roll, right?
Yeah, but my question is when I'm rolling the damage,
There's damage doesn't use hope and fear dice.
doesn't use hope. Okay. So,
Unless you have a power that says burn a hope to increase your damage or something like that.
okay. My roll on the damage is 7.
Okay. So he has a minor threshold. This first threshold is 8. So he takes 1 hit point.
Okay.
And that's BZ 2.
2.
So the dagger sinks into his eye and he's still staring right at you.
Okay. So my deadly aim only gives me a little bonus to hit him, not a guaranteed kill or anything like that.
Correct. It's a +2. It's a mechanical advantage.
But I got an arrow in his eye, baby. He's half blind. I'm going to try to take the other eye out next time and make him fully blind.
Sure.
I'm guessing that would work, right? You can just say, I'm going to try to blind him, and the DM will roll with that if it works.
If they're reliant on that for absolutely, I mean, it all really depends on the creature or those kind of things. There is not a blinded conditions. There are some conditions in the game. There are very few of them. It's not like D&D where you have 7,000 different conditions.
I love it because it makes sense. You decide.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Good.
So there's one condition that's important. That would be called vulnerable. Right. So and that kind of encapsulates a whole lot of things. If someone is grappled, maybe they become vulnerable. If someone is knocked prone, maybe they become vulnerable. Right. So That
And
is
that
one of the
gives you
conditions.
advantage on them, I think, right?
Correct. I can decide advantage and disadvantage based on environmental things when I want to. Right?
Cool.
So
Yep.
after you take the shot, who draws your attention? Who do you look at next?
Well, clearly Garrick is right there fighting, so I've got his back as well. I'm guessing Garrick's up.
All right.
Oh, also, I hiss over to Tegan, keep your distance.
Tegan nods and looks back at the door warily.
Garrick in this moment does not like the fact that he got hit, and he's gonna do what he does best, and he's gonna hit him hard, which is one of my experiences.
So you're going to
So
spend
that-
a hope.
Yep, burns of hope, and I will be at a +2. Right?
Yes. Let me double. Yes. I just want to be clear about something. Go ahead and keep going while I look something up.
That is a
Tegan
9
looks
with
like
hope.
they are going to give hope to Garrick to support him, and instead pulls out a tiny banjo and is like, "This is why you don't run in to save a creepy little girl. This is why you don't run in and try to save the whole world."
Nice.
I love
Nice.
it.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Nice. Awesome.
That was a 9 with hope to hit.
So
This is why I
was
trust
that Tegan
Tegan.
burning a hope to help or just
No, just
feigning to
No,
help? Got it.
just meaning the help.
Got it. Love it.
and like bardic inspiration.
So what'd you
The
roll?
banjo choice.
A 9 with hope.
A 9 with hope to which one? Z3?
Yes. Not sure if that beats its evasion score.
Z3, it does not. So, note just for knowledge and terminology, adversaries, their stat blocks don't give evasion. They just have a difficulty score. And that is flat for anything you're doing versus them. It is versus spells. It is versus if you're trying to sneak past them, if you're trying to anything. It is a set value that they have that kind of encompasses all the things that you would do to them or around them or in contest with them kind of thing. Very rare is there contested rolls like in D&D where they roll a perception versus yours unless they have some sort of powers that would let them do stuff like that. So it is a difficulty you're going up against with that. But that does not hit the difficulty of 10.
Nope.
So your swing goes wide. It is a miss, but it is not, you did it with hope. So you definitely see that these creatures are not quite that nimble and fast. And if your friends can keep it up, you might be able to outdo them. Who do you look at?
He looks over towards Barnacle, who seems to have averted the gaze of all of the other zombies. So I'm hoping Barnacle may be able to get me out of this pickle.
So Barney has been hiding up against this wall as this formation of a big zombie, stood up and stared right at Marlowe, not noticing Barney's existence in his loose-fitting clothing. He's gonna flick out, almost seeming as if it appeared, and from his looser clothes, an opal dagger that shimmers very similar to his eyes, and he's going to attack with said dagger because they don't see him coming. He's going to spend a hope to gain +2. And because my character is cloaked at the moment, which is a rogue's version of hidden, and he has a ally in melee range, it could be either, but I do have both, but that doesn't do anything for having both. I add a d6 to my damage roll if I hit. So first I'm going to roll it with a +2.
So wait a minute. Are you saying you have multiple sources of advantage?
Not advantage.
Sneak attack damage.
The sneak attack will be damage. But the
Okay.
advantage is from. No, I don't
Being
need
cloaked.
it. Yes. Being cloaked. I'm hidden.
All right.
While hidden, any rolls against you see. Oh, why? Boo, boo, boo. I don't think I get advantage from being hidden other than they don't see me coming. I don't think.
So the cloaked gave you advantage, right? The cloaked
I
condition.
don't think so. I don't think it gives me advantage on attacks. I think
Oh.
it gives them disadvantage.
Gotcha. Okay.
Rolls against me have disadvantage.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
The reason
So
why I ask is if you have multiple sources of advantage, you roll multiple d6s and take the higher.
oh
So
yeah. I
if
remember.
somebody is, that means if two people wanted to help one other person and both of you spend hope to do so, you each would roll a d6, whichever one is higher becomes the modifier for the person doing the attack. Or if you have an ability that gives you advantage in one other person, you see what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
advantage kind of stacks. It doesn't stack in getting multiple dice to add, but it gives you a better chance at getting a higher value on the advantage.
You have
Same true for
advantage on your
disadvantage.
advantage.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. So that means I roll my hit. I spend one hope to use my experience. They don't see me coming. So I
+2.
roll the dagger. Um, roll the dagger. Do I hit the +2 on here?
You could hit it
Okay,
there
yes, you
or
can
just
hit it on the experience. And then you just, oh, that's the damage roll. I don't want the damage roll. I want sorry, clear that. Do. And then I do, they don't see me coming. +2. So I have +4 because my finesse is already +2 roll. I got a 16 with fear.
you definitely hit. So continue with your damage. I will add myself a fear.
Wonderful. So my damage is going to be 1d8 +1 plus my sneak attack damage, 1d6. Oh, okay, so you have to roll them separately. They don't add on top of each other here. So, okay. Roll that damage roll. Damage roll, I got a 3. Plus the sneak attack is a 5, so an 8.
8 damage to which one?
Big zombie number 2 next to me and Marlowe.
BZ2.
Scott, you have 2 BZ2s, by the way.
Oh, okay. So that should be BZ3 then.
Sure.
Yeah, the one next to us can be BZ3.
I'll change it. So you're attacking BZ3. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And you did how many damage?
8.
So its threshold is 8, so that's 2 hit points.
Nice.
All right.
And I'm gonna look at Marlowe. Oh no,
No,
I
you rolled with fear.
I rolled with fear.
So it goes to me. So
The
I
raindrops,
begin.
man.
The zombie number 2 is going to come over at Garrick as well. Let's see.
Leave that little bitch. What kind
And
of
just to
weapon is
clarify,
Garrick using?
They're just hitting you with their fists. They're slamming into you.
And what does Garrick have? A sword?
Mm-hmm.
Does an 8 hit your evasion?
It does not hit my evasion.
So it misses you. I'm going to burn another, or I'm going to burn a fear now to keep the spotlight. Which had I hit, I wouldn't have to do. Right? I'm going to have zombie 1 come up and do the same thing.
Yep.
Zombie 1. with a d6. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes, it does.
For 5 points of damage.
I will not use the armor and I will take the damage point.
So if you take a hit point, you will also mark a stress from this horrifying blow of this creature being in your face.
Yep.
All right. Then it will come back to the party. Who wants the spotlight?
Oh,
I suppose I have not had it yet, so I will
Yep.
take it.
What does
Okay.
Marlowe do?
Marlowe will kind of straighten up after this zombie kind of lumbers towards her and slams her staff on the ground. And I will spend a hope to make a spell casting roll to conjure throwing blades that will strike at all targets within very close range. But because of my primal origin, I may manipulate magic, and after I cast a spell or make an attack that deals magic damage, I may mark a stress to extend the spell or attack's reach by 1 range. So this actually doesn't hit everybody in very close range. This hits everybody in far range. So this is every zombie in the entire...
Very close would go to close.
Very close to close. Sorry. So that's
So
like what?
every
6?
zombie within 6 squares.
Yeah. We'll get basically blades will shoot out in every direction from my staff and
So
get every
how this
zombie.
works is it's 1 attack roll against
Yep.
all of them.
Everybody.
You
All
only
of them,
roll
yep.
once.
Yep.
And you only roll damage once, and it applies to all of them.
It says targets you succeed against take. Okay, yep. So yep. All right. So everybody within 6 is how many of them? Most of
That's
them.
1.
All but
5.
BZ1 and 2, I think.
yep.
Yep.
It's all the little ones and the big one by you.
Yep.
All right. So, and I need to mark a stress, and I use my hope, and then, yeah, let's hope this works. Spellcast roll. Take that. It is a 10 with hope.
Okay. So looking at the creatures, and their difficulty are all 10s. You hit all of them.
Fantastic. So I get a hope for that.
You gain a hope.
Okay. So, and then, so this thing that I can do to manipulate magic, after I cast a spell or make an attack that deals magic damage. Okay, no, never. Okay, so I think I can only use it once per spell.
Does it say that?
I think I have multiple effects I can do. It just says after I cast a spell, I can mark a stress to do one of the following.
One of the following.
Yeah, per stress, right? But can I mark multiple stresses?
Let me look.
Spell. That's because I can also double damage dice. It is
under
primal origin subclass spellcast instinct. Manipulate magic.
Manipulate magic.
By primal origin.
Oh yeah. After you cast a spell or make an attack using a weapon that deals magic damage, you can mark a stress to do one of the following. I would say the wording of that is one of the following, meaning you can only do one.
Okay, so I may only spend 1 stress per attack or
Right.
spell. I may not spend multiple stresses for multiple effects. Okay.
Right.
Cool. Perfect. That will work just fine for me. Then I won't double this damage die. How you like them apples?
Right. Adding to the range is huge because that lets you hit a total of
Everybody.
5 targets. Right.
Yeah. Only 4 damage though. That was a low roll.
Okay. So
Everybody takes
looking at
one
that, it's 1 hit point to each of the smaller zombies. which kills zombie number 4.
Hooray.
Which means that I think Carrie took 2, or was it 3 points off of it. Carrie, do you remember?
3, I thought.
So it has a total of 4. The little guys have 4.
And Brawny zombie number 3 took 1.
Cool.
So who do you look at?
Well, I suppose
I want to, now that everybody's, I wanted to say this before because Barnacle was like in the corner. Unlike other TTRPG games, you can move in and out of melee all you want. Some creatures may have abilities that say, if they move out of melee with me, I get a free attack or something like that. So you don't necessarily know until you try, per se. But I just want you to know, and I wouldn't lead you astray here. I'm not trying to screw with you guys. None of these creatures have that ability for tonight. So, but just so you guys know, it is not assumed that you can't move in and out of combat. Because remember, as part of your action, you could always move up to close range.
I probably would have slid closer to the middle of the room to get everybody in my range of my spell if I had known that. But that's perfect. What I will do instead of that.
Oh, I'm happy to give a hit point to each of those 2. That's a perfect thing. You would know that as a player of the game. This is a learn to play. So I'm happy to give 2 hit points, one to each of them as well.
Right. Yeah. So if I had free movement, or I'd known that free movement was a possibility, I would have done something more like that.
Absolutely.
And then I think I would look at Tegan, because I think that they're the last person that has not yet had the spotlight in this combat.
I took the spotlight already. I guess I'll throw my scythe, scimitar, spear at some of these guys. It's one of the scepter. Scepter?
Yeah, you have a magic scepter.
Scepter. There we go.
Oh, it's a magic attack. Your scepter. I think it goes out to a certain range.
There you go.
Scepter is far. You can go up to. You can get any of them.
Up to far range. I think you just click that.
You're just shooting a magical bolt out of your scepter.
Or a magical cupcake.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, you're firing a magical cupcake at them.
Really?
Yes.
Should I do it?
You got press roll. There it goes.
Mobile sight's pretty good.
That is a 16 with hope.
Nice. So gain a hope. 16 will definitely hit. Who are you targeting?
Question. We're finding the map.
That's the other character sheet.
That's the other character.
Oh.
Anybody in the room, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Barnacle's looking a little trapped up there.
So BZ3.
Yeah.
All right. And roll your damage.
Actually, the other character sheet. That one. That roll. Yep. There you go. Perfect.
3.
3.
3 damage. That'll be 1 hit point to them.
8 damage.
He groans in pain.
Zap. Then who do you look at?
Keep on hoping. Keep on hoping.
I guess Garrick's up front, so.
Look back at Garrick.
Yeah, Garrick now has 3 of them against him. He's going to continue hitting the one that he first started hitting.
I'm going to give Garrick a hope as I lean against him when he drives his sword forward.
What do I get to add?
He's giving you, if he's helping you, he gives you a d6. He rolls a d6.
Oh, I'll roll that.
Mm-hmm.
Six. You take an extra 3.
Okay.
All right. Attack roll. That would be a 13 with hope.
That hits. Take a hope.
Yes. Making sure I don't have any other abilities. All right. Damage time. That'll be 8 damage
To which one?
to, I believe, number 3.
Zombie 3?
Yep.
That's 3. So that's severe with 8 damage. So you do 3 hit points of damage, and you just. What are you using? A longsword?
Yeah, longsword.
So you just cleave this thing in half, and it splits in two and falls.
As he does that, he kind of looks at Marlowe just through the corpse of the body.
All right, back to Marlowe.
Well, there's one less, which is great. It was pretty successful last time. Marlowe, it is very stressful to channel this much raw magical force, but we're gonna do it. So, all right. So I will spend another hope. I will again spend a stress to double the spell's reach, and I will once again cast the Rain of Blades. It's a great spell that I love very much. 17 with fear, unfortunately. But I will hit the
You
17.
definitely hit, so go ahead and roll your damage.
All right. So this is again on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
7 damage on everybody this time.
Uh-huh. So that is still under the minor for the big guys, so they each take 1. The small guys, however, a 7 will be 3 hit points. So you decimate, these blades shoot out and shred the 2 smaller zombies in front of you.
Nice.
However, you did roll with fear, which I think
I did roll with fear. I am terrified.
Oops.
I'm also out of hope, so thus my fear.
So that's going
That
to
was my
trigger
last blade.
BZ3's action, who had his eyes set on you, and you went away, but it crosses the room and comes after you.
That seems reasonable.
So this brawny zombie is going to use his slam attack on you.
Sure.
And he is going to attempt to hit you. With a 20 total versus your.
That will certainly get my evasion of 10.
All right. So he is going to do a total of 10 physical damage to you.
All right, that is major damage, so I will block that with 1 armor slot, and then I will take a hit point.
If it was major damage, not severe.
Major, yes. My severe is 14.
Great. All right.
So fortunately, the magical sort of vestments that I'm wearing get to sort of soak a little bit of that up, but not enough. That was up.
I'm going to burn another to have Zombie 2 go after Varian, who he was looking at.
He's a one-eyed zombie.
Does a 13 hit your?
A 13 is my evasion.
Then it hits. It meets or beats. Is all it has to do.
Okay.
It does 7 points of damage.
7 is my threshold, so it does minor.
Okay. He is going to mark a stress. This is zombie 2.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
use his rip and tear ability. When these zombies make a successful standard attack, you can mark a stress to temporarily restrain the target and force them to mark 2 stress.
So that automatically happens?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. I take 2 stress.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to take the spotlight and say,
No, you're not.
oh, never mind.
He hits you.
And?
I'm just saying, you don't get to take the spotlight back
Oh, okay.
until I relinquish it.
I see. Okay.
And I didn't miss, so I'm not wanting to relinquish it. It's my choice in this moment to choose to keep burning fear, which I'm going to.
Got it.
So I'm going to burn another fear and trigger this other large one who was looking at Garrick. Who comes over to Garrick. Then he's going to attack. Does a 14 hit your evasion? Corin.
One more time.
14.
Yes, that hits.
You take 6 damage.
Mm-hmm. I will choose to burn an armor slot because that is still underneath my minor threshold.
Okay. He is going to mark a stress to make you mark two stresses and temporarily restrain the target.
All right.
Now, restrain is a condition. You are restrained. If you want, you can use your action and say, I clear that restraint, but that is your action. When it's your
Okay.
turn. Just saying that to the two of you that are
What are
currently
the
restrained.
What are the negative effects of it?
You can't move.
Okay. It's just
You can't move. And they may have powers that trigger off of creatures that they have restrained.
heard.
So, I'm going to burn another. And I'm going to have BZ3 step down and try to hit Marlowe again, but step closer. And does a 16 hit Marlowe? That would be you, Sean. Does a 16 hit?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, totally. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, very much so. I apologize.
9 damage.
Yeah, that's another 2. So I will knock off another armor slot. Boy, my fine garments are looking far less fine at this point.
He's also going to burn a stress to restrain you and cause you to stress.
Sure. Yeah, why not stress me out more? That sounds perfect.
Now, who would like the spotlight?
Kari would like
Yep.
to get in there,
Okay.
and she would run up to Zombie 3.
I'd like to point out one of your abilities.
Okay, good, because I can't see my screen well enough to know.
Sure. I played this character, so
Okay.
I know it pretty well. I'm going to open it up to say the right name, though. When you make a successful attack against a target within very close range, within 3 squares of you, because you have reach, because you're a
Right.
giant, you can spend a hope to use the attack against all other targets within very close range.
Within 3, so that would be
The
all.
additional adversaries only take half damage, though.
But you
So
still.
you call which one you're going to try to hit,
Gotcha.
but then you can spend a hope
Perfect.
if you hit, but you can make that choice after you hit
Oh, okay.
to spend the hope. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you hit,
Cool.
it's your whirlwind ability.
Love it. Okay. So I'm going to I can spend a hope to use my not afraid of anything, correct?
Yeah.
Experience.
Give yourself a +2.
Okay. So plus. Okay, here we go. What happened? Where'd it go? Okay, that would be a 15 with hope.
That will definitely hit. Which one are you hitting?
3.
Okay.
And so to do the whirlwind, what do I do?
First, do damage to this one.
Okay.
So we learn the damage amount.
10.
Okay. So that would be 2 hit points to this one. So you chop this one in half. Now, if you want to spend the hope
Yes, I do.
to do your whirlwind, they will take 5, which is
Okay.
a minor, which is a single wound to each of them.
Okay, I'll do that. And I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna yell Varian, and I'm gonna point at the one I just cut in half and go, "Look what I did! Look what I did!"
Varian.
Okay. Hey, Tegan, do you want to team up on this guy right here?
So
Yeah.
somebody would have to have 3 hope to do this.
Oh, bummer. No, I only have
I
one.
do have 3 hope.
Well, there you go.
Dun,
So
dun.
Tegan says yes. So describe to me this. You guys can take the narrative of
I'm
what
gonna
you guys do
say-
as a team up.
Variant says, when I blind him, break him apart. And I'm going to try to shoot him in the other eye, and then you can run up and jab your whatever you have right through his skull.
Cool. Sounds good.
So
I mean,
the way this will work is you burn the 3 hope, you both attack, and if you both hit, you both will roll your damage and add it together to hopefully
Okay.
get a higher threshold of damage.
So in order to do that, I'm going to spend a hope on my ranger's focus to really hone in on that. Now, can I still shoot my short bow even though he's right in front of me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and attack this guy with hope.
Weapons all work, unless they say otherwise, they all work out to the range they have. So if it's a close weapon, you can attack with it close, very close, and melee. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And Jack, which one were you shooting at?
BZ2.
BZ2. All right. So probably the same.
So I've only got a 7 with hope to hit him.
So that is a failure. You gain your hope back, but you miss.
Bummer. Okay.
You roll.
Let's see what Tegan does.
Oh God, he can still see me.
Critical success.
Never fear.
Okay. We've got a crit in combat. We haven't had one of these yet. We had crits on other things, but we haven't had one in combat. A crit in combat. Your attack deals extra damage, starting with the highest possible value of damage dice that you can roll. So what was your damage going to be? What type of attack was it?
It's a D6 magical.
Okay. So you start with 6, and now you roll a d6 plus modifiers.
So now roll that again to get 2, so 8 altogether.
Total of 8. So you do
Yes.
8 damage, which one are you doing this to? Brawny
2.
Zombie 2. So that would be 2 hit points to it. Ooh, almost.
But
Still
the tag
standing.
team didn't work.
The tag team didn't work because you didn't both hit,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
It was a tag. It's not a
Right.
team.
Just not the team. Where does the
Is it
spotlight go?
possible? You can't give yourself hope, though, right?
You can give, if you use hope, you can only use it with your experience to give you a +2. You can't give
Could
yourself a D6.
could I have, since I got a hope back, could I use that hope that I just got back to add to this roll?
I believe you have to do it beforehand.
Before
Oh.
the roll
Oh, okay. All right.
to add to the modifier. You could use that new hope had you hit to trigger an ability,
Yeah.
right? But you would have
Okay.
needed the hope to give you the bonus to the roll.
Yep. Okay. If I could have done it afterward, I could have got deadly aim and hit the guy, but okay.
Now you
Um,
you already used your one on the other.
Right. Oh, you can only use hope once per turn?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You didn't have one to use it before you rolled,
Right.
is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when you gain it, you can use it, but you can't use it to add a +2,
Understand.
right?
BZ3 is still in front of Kari, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Barnacle would come up with his lengthy
Let me
leg,
double check that. Hold on.
saunter.
I
Okay.
cut him in
No,
half.
BZ3 is dead.
Yes, I was
I
gonna
didn't.
say,
I just
BZ3 is
haven't taken
dead.
him off.
I cut him in half.
Okay.
All right.
Then I will step over his body and go to BZ1 instead
Huh?
and stab him, or try to, with my opal dagger.
Eric would like
And
to
so-
team up and hit him with the good old over/under.
You got
Nice.
3
You
hope?
got 3 hope.
Yes, I do.
Burn them.
Because I don't. All right, we're teaming
So,
up. So then,
Garrick takes his long sword over the head of Barney, and Barney goes for the knees.
you got it.
Now
damage.
I'm gonna add something that a DM can do, just so you know. Also because it's getting late, but I'm gonna say, this maneuver that you guys choose to do as you team up, you guys both have a flash of a memory of each of you holding chair legs from bar stools and doing this exact maneuver in a bar fight before. And I'm gonna let you both roll with advantage, so you each get to add a d6.
All right.
And again, that's me just harkening back to your connection you guys talked about in your story. And in the flavor of this game is to the DM's allowed to do stuff. I can give out advantage and disadvantage when I see the reasoning story wise. So I'm choosing to do that in this moment.
Cool. All right, so that should be.
I rolled
Not damage
a
roll.
critical success.
Oh,
Nice.
Again.
so
Wait.
max damage plus a damage roll plus your modifiers.
Yep.
20 hope.
Take your hope. Corin, you get a hope and you clear stress also.
Clear 1 stress.
Yep. With a critical.
That would be 6.
I should have said that to Tegan, but I don't know if Tegan had any stress.
6 plus 8 would be 14 on my damage roll.
All right, and this is combined with the damage from
It's
Barnacle.
combined with mine, yep, which is with my sneak attack damage, it is a 9.
So
total.
14 and 9 is 23 damage.
Oh my god.
It's severe is 15, so you do 3 hit points to it. It is looking rough. All right. That was too high of a success for me to feel justified in taking the spotlight, although I want to, but with a critical success like that, I can't. It's still in your guys' court. Who wants the spotlight? Or who gets thrown the spotlight from you two?
It was your original action. I will pass it to you.
Throw to I I already saw Tegan do that really cool thing, so I'm hoping Tegan can take out BZ2
All right.
with a
So,
final blow.
Ian, the spotlight is yours.
Let's see. Also, apparently, I have this really cool ability where I give everyone advantage if I sing a song. That would have been awesome to Fred 15 months ago.
Because you did sing a song.
Mhm.
Once
It can
per
still
session,
happen.
everyone
This isn't
just
the
hand
only
everyone.
thing in this place.
Yep. There's a lot of interesting powers that are like once per session, stuff like that. Different things that you can do is super cool.
Jesus, okay.
Is that good?
Yeah,
25.
25 to hit.
Oh,
With
that
hope.
definitely hits. You gain a hope back.
Okay.
Now your damage.
Learning. Magical.
Magical D6.
2. I can only roll 2.
A magical D6 that only rolls 2s. That is 2 damage.
That does 1 hit point, which is all they had left. So
Hooray!
BZ2 is gone. Tegan, who do you toss the spotlight to?
It's been a minute since we heard from Marlo.
Oh, it's not looking so good.
There's your dramatic chair sequence.
There's my dramatic chair sequence. Well, Marlo will step back a little bit, kind of take a very deep breath. Marlo will unleash chaos. So
I don't know. I want to know what that means.
Yeah.
I have a number of tokens on this card equal to my spellcasting traits. I make a spellcasting roll against any target within far range and then spend any number of tokens to channel raw energy. On a success, roll a number of d10s equal to the tokens you've spent and do that much damage to the target.
So your spellcasting ability is probably a +2. So you would have 2 tokens on the card currently.
Yes. So I've spent those, and I am rolling my spellcasting roll, which is a 16 with fear. So I have succeeded and hit them for some damage now. D10. So I need a couple of them. D10.
That's a lot of damage coming from Marlo.
It turns out that Demiplane hates me just as much as Fantasy Grounds does, so that's a 7. That's a 7 damage.
Luckily, he only had the 1 hit point that you did to him. So you are able to defeat the creature, and as the creature falls to the ground, you hear this little girl's voice twist and turn into this hideous, nasty voice, and she says, "I will get you next time." And on the shelf, the book just crumbles and disintegrates as if it was weathered over time in an instant.
Ew.
Hey, anybody seen Charlie? Charlie?
You spend some time for expediency's sake. You spend some time and you find Charlie is being kind of absorbed by the house. The rotting house is trying to actually like absorb him. He's unconscious and he's alive, but the rotting house is like trying to swallow him almost.
Kari's gonna take her battle axe and start chopping around.
Excellent. So again, this is a narrative thing. You don't have to make any rolls to attack inanimate objects and that kind of thing. You end up chopping him free of this house. He does not gain a consciousness anytime soon. You would guess that this boy has been under stress like you wouldn't believe and has gone unconscious from loss of health and hit points and stress. But this wasn't his time to die, so he didn't choose to take the death route. And it didn't fit the narrative of the story. And you bring Charlie back to his uncle, who rewards you all.
Before we leave, though, every time anybody goes to a haunted house, before we leave, we burn it to the ground. Like there is no more house on Haunted Hill. Like when do you just leave and light it on fire? I think the answer
Right.
is
Mhm.
Now is when you do that. Fair enough. So you get a good blaze going. Even with the pattering of the rain, you are able to catch this place aloft. It has got plenty of burnable material, and you set fire to it. And the town starts to actually come out and see the fire up on the hill and wonder what has happened up at the old uh, Hillstone Manor.
not on
But
my watch.
you you're able to make it back down uh, to the uh, to the king, who rewards you all handsomely, and you are heroes of the land. Yada 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 yada.
Two handfuls of gold.
2 full handfuls.
Ooh.
He gave me a chest. Interesting.
I got a sack.
So game wise, we'll wrap it up there, but I also wanted to give a couple of moments of comment for anybody who had any comments about the gameplay or questions about choices or things, or questions about how it worked, or things that could have happened, or that kind of stuff.
I think
Definitely became clear. It's very simple. All of your details on the cards and things are really well spelled out. You don't have to wonder.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I like that we spent an hour and a half talking about rules and you called for 3 rolls. You know what I mean? Like the rules, once we kind of talked about them and they were sort of there in the background, and then you never had to really think about them again until you needed your character sheet to kind of do something.
Right.
And D&D is a whole lot about thinking about what rule applies in which situation, or what thing I'm allowed to do or can do, or my action
Mm-hmm.
economy, or any of that stuff. And it was like, I don't know, I'm gonna play my banjo and sing a little bit, and like
Mm-hmm.
that's like your whole turn, and like that's a perfect turn that you can do. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was no need to go back to any of those rules ever again. Like if we didn't want to, we never had to make any rolls or talk about the rules really, except for to just kind of like call balls and strikes a little bit.
Right.
And I like that a lot as a
Mm-hmm.
framework
Mm-hmm.
for getting out of the way of itself. Does an awesome job.
I'm super intrigued about the character building process.
Mm-hmm.
Like what all the
Yeah,
possibilities are.
because choosing your heritage stuff, right, the community and the species stuff can have some interesting combinations with your class, and then within your class, your subclasses. There are 2
Given
subclasses, and within that there's the 2 domains
right.
that power that class. So you could really skew one direction or another, or different. Like there just seems to be a good amount of variance in that. You know, you could say there's the same amount of variance in a battle master fighter, but we all know in a battle master fighter in D&D there are certain maneuvers that everyone picks one of these 5, and stuff like that. I just think that this game has a little bit more chance of spreading that love around a little bit within the character creation process. So I agree. I'm interested to look at that next, because I haven't done a character build.
Yeah, I think it lends itself to the narrative
Mm-hmm.
aspect.
I think I think for that, I think once I've built a character or two, I'm gonna need a new source book. Does that make sense? Like there's a lot of kind of variety, but I probably will want more stuff eventually. And it feels very extensible. You know what I mean? Like I think that there's some good opportunities for that.
Within a week or 2 of them dropping this book, and it being out in the public, on the Void they had 2 full classes that aren't in here, with 2 subclasses each, plus a handful of backgrounds, or ancestries and communities. right? And then there's even been more since then. They're amped up. They're amped up,
I was
ready
just
to
saying,
go.
this system just like screams, "I need DLC."
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, and here's the cool stuff that I haven't even broached with you all, right? So the whole thing about building your campaign framework, the frameworks that they have in this book, I want to read you just the couple of things that they listed as these are the six that they have. One's called the Witherwild. When an invading nation attacks an ancient forest deity, a virulent overgrowth spreads throughout the land. Super cool concept, right?
Mhm.
Five banners burning. Long brewing tensions between rival nations boil over, threatening all out war. Pretty straightforward, war torn kind of feel. Feast. When a small village's monster defense system fails, the local heroes must venture into the endless caverns below and fix it, and cook up trouble for the creatures that stand in their way. This one was written by Matt Mercer. This next one, The Age of Umbra, which is what they're doing their miniseries in right now. In a dying world immersed in relentless shadow and nightmarish monsters, small communities hold fast to the light, hoping those who endure can find a way to save this broken realm before it's
that,
lost to darkness.
that sure
The
does scream Matt Mercer.
Yep. The next one, Motherboard. In a world where magic takes the form of the technology left behind by a long fallen civilization, a new threat rises as a malicious virus spreads through the machines that wander the wastes. Again, all built with the same system, with the same classes and powers, because you can narratively say, this magic is tech, right? You can magically just change the narrative to fit your
Right.
narrative. And the last one, Colossus,
Magic damage is laser guns.
right. Colossus of the Drylands, a prosperous region of gunslingers and outlaws, has fallen into terror as colossal creatures awaken from beneath the earth. So, once again, you've got just cool stuff within the framework of this system that lets you do different stuff. And that's just six ideas that the creators of this game came up with, and they encourage you to build your own frameworks, right? So if you want to set this in Mad Max, you set this in Mad Max and you
So,
play that.
so I'm hearing Dicey Decisions, Campaign 3, and Daggerheart. That's what I'm hearing from Scott. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm pretty stoked right now. I'm not saying that yet, but I'm pretty stoked right now about the possibilities of this.
Not saying, just saying. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down, big guy.
Yep. Miranda.
It's really cool. It's really cool. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I really like a rule set that sets up cooperative play and then gets the hell out of the way.
Yep.
And it allows for fun.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it did an amazing job of that. And also for someone who's been away from role playing for so long and who is intimidated by the all aspects of it in general, whether it's committing to the character and trying to make that feel genuine and real, or the headiness of like trying to remember all the rules. This feels like an easier jumping in point than D&D most likely, because I was able to connect more with the character since it wasn't so heady. And sort of it felt like an easier transition into a role-playing situation rather than here, be this well-rounded character, have this backstory, but also know all of these details of all these rules. And this felt a little easier to just slip into. So I liked it a lot.
Yep. So I thought tonight went really, really interesting from this side of the table because I had played it from the other side. I built this encounter based on their encounter rules of their suggestions of what you should throw up against a party of first level characters at this size. And this was a standard difficult encounter. And I left 5 fear on the table and I shouldn't have. Just thinking of it, like I should have come at you guys a little harder because the game is not meant to be deadly, but it is meant to be scary. Like it is meant to put the pressure on so that I'm spending my resources, so you guys are feeling like you have to spend your resources. You know?
I think we mostly did. I don't think we had much hope. I was almost fully stressed by the end of it. I mean,
Right.
one of my spellcasting mechanics was like burn stress, but
Mhm.
I had 4 of my 6 stress gone, 2 hit points, 2 of my 3 armor points were gone, and I had no more hope left to cast spells.
Right.
So
Right.
you definitely exhausted me. I don't know about everybody else, but
Sure.
if that combat had gone on 2 or 3 more rounds, we might have been looking at it like a death save. You know what I mean? Which would have been, that would have been great. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like it. I also feel like you could have gone a little harder. Like spend those fear, but I definitely
Right.
felt also taxed by that encounter.
Now, also something I was prepared to do and ready to do as I set this thing up and I made it about this house and this situation in this book was I was going to have more. There's environment actions. You can have environments as part of encounters, and they actually get actions, and you can burn fear to trigger the environment stuff, right? So that's something that they use to try to make combat's more dynamic and whatnot. If I felt I had needed that, I had thought, okay, I can be doling out stress as the haunting of this place starts getting to everybody and things like that. So I could have been having reactionary roles from you guys and possibly forming more stress if I felt I needed that. I didn't think narratively we did, right? So that was one thing. Another thing I thought of was what if they try to go outside of the box? Because I got some of you guys that like to go outside of the box from time to time. And I thought, oh, damn it. They called Marlowe over to the book, and that's Sean. And Sean might attack the book, you know?
I
And I
almost
said, and I said to myself in that moment, and again, this is all in the moment, I hadn't pre-thought about the book being attackable, but of course it is. If you would have said I tear the book in half or I shoot a spell at the book or whatever, I would have had to make a call on that. But this system puts that onus on the game that I'm supposed to say yes and as much as possible, right? So
yeah.
had you done that, I might have had a certain amount of damage you did to the book transfer to the beasts. So you realized if I did damage the book, I can damage them, or you know what I mean? Like I should
Yeah.
have rewarded that interesting choice the player makes, right? And I didn't even think of that until they called Marlowe over to look at the book, and I'm like, that's Sean. Sean does interesting shit sometimes. Fuck.
Yeah, I did almost bring my torch over with me, but
Sure, sure.
I'm from a I was the lore master background or whatever, or the lore whatever. So I wouldn't just go immediately burn a weird ass book down. I would have to go pick it up
You
and
would want to know the knowledge that's in it.
I have to go look at it,
Right.
But yeah, I was very close to just lighting the whole bookshelf on fire again. You got it in one, Scott.
Yeah. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, players. Thank you, our new players, Susie and Miranda, for joining us. And this is our first one shot. And again, a fun little chance at playing a new system and kind of getting our feet wet with it, learning a little bit each time. We are Dicey Decisions. Come check us out, our Friday night campaign, Twist of Fate, and our Monday night campaign, Zeros to Heroes. And we'll have some sort of one shot. We don't know what yet, but we'll be announcing it on our Discord and on our social media. Some sort of one shot coming up this week. Don't know what it'll be. Might have some people asking for another one of these. So,
This was
all right.
fun. Daggerheart was really good.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of fun. I think it has a lot of potential.
Agreed.
All right.
100%.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, folks.
Night.